Why?
Okay, we love a good muted intro. We love a good muted intro, chat. Um,
It's
this is what happens when I stream on a completely new setup. Last time it was my webcam mic. This time it was no mic. Anyway, just forget about that. Here's my intro. Today we got free agency kicking off in about 17 minutes. We got the timer in the top left. We got the Blazers cap info in the top left as well. We got Sham's Twitter feed bottom left. You can also see the trades that have been made, and we'll update these little headers beneath us to show what players switch teams. We're going to be live for about 9 hours or so. We're going to cover everything that happens across the NBA. We'll be able to answer your questions all throughout the stream, as there's usually a lot of downtime. But this might be an active free agency for your Portland Trailblazers, as they bought out DeAndre Ayton last night, and it was confirmed recently today that the Blazers saved $10 million on that buyout. So instead of being $35 million of dead money on the Blazers books, it's only $25 million of dead money, which makes that buyout move even better because it opens up a full mid-level exception beneath the luxury tax for the Portland Trailblazers. As you can see on the left, the Blazers are about $18 million beneath the luxury tax line. The full mid-level exception is 14.1, so they can use it, stay under the luxury tax, and they can use that to either sign a free agent or they can use it as a traded player exception, meaning that they could trade for a player making up to $14.1 million without having to send out any matching salary. And that could put them in play for a number of different guys. Corey Kispert is an example as a bench shooter that can play the three from Washington. Those two teams made a trade last offseason. Maybe they can make another one. But it's not just free agents with this MLE now. You can use that as a traded player exception. I expect the Blazers to be active and in some rumors today for the first time in what feels like forever in free agency, and I am super excited for that. Eric, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
What's up, Tori? What's up, chat? Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. So if you watched our stream last night, I guess the new CBA, when you buy someone out, it does actually save against the cap. I had no idea that was part of the new CBA, but apparently DA did us a bit of a favor, I guess. So shout out to him for allowing us this opportunity to use part of it. Now he'll probably get a contract. Around that range via the mid-level exception or partial of a mid-level exception. It's, as we speculated last night, it's been highly rumored that he's going to sign with the Los Angeles Lakers. We know his agent is the same as Luka Doncic, and they desperately need a center. Now, Rob Pelinka said that they're still focused on, or he did say this, but the rumor is that Rob Pelinka is still focused on Brook Lopez as their starting center, but we'll see what actually happens later on today. And the Blazers don't have to do anything, but at this point, I just want to have one Blazer transaction, whether that's a trade or a signing today. Can we please just have one? That's all I'm asking for. That's not too greedy, is it?
No. I actually think they're going to be up to something either today or tomorrow. We'll see how long it takes, but I truly think the Blazers are going to make something shake here, which would make this the most active offseason outside of the Dame trade for the Blazers under Joe Cronin. So that's super, super exciting stuff. Super exciting stuff. I'm really, really excited to see what they make happen here. I'm really, really excited for today. This is the most excited I've been for a free agency live stream in quite some time. So really looking forward to a trade or a signing or just something on the first day of free agency.
Yeah, one transaction.
One transaction. Yeah, man. Exciting stuff for sure.
It is interesting that Ayton did accept $10 million less.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to think he's getting paid somewhere, or it'll pay dividends down the road or something. it is kind of surprising that he, of all people, would take that much. I was expecting that to be a few million less just so he could get out of here. But, yeah, I am a little surprised that it was $10 million.
Anyway, chat, if you got questions, let us know in the live chat. We'll try and answer them. We got things kicking off in 12 minutes. Basically, the way free agency normally works, you'll get a lot of news for like the first hour of free agency. Then things will kind of die down, but we'll still be live. We'll still be around, and we will still be here to cover anything that happens. We give live reactions to all of it. And during that time, you can hang out, ask questions. You know, it's kind of fun to like have a big stream, but also one that there's ebbs and flows to free agency, especially on day one, especially considering players can re-sign now in advance of free agency. That has kind of changed the first day of free agency. But overall, you know, Ty Jerome, there's rumors he might be signing with the Grizzlies. I was actually talking to a friend of mine who's a big Grizzlies fan today, and be curious to see how they would feel about that. That would be a good Desmond Bane replacement, I think, especially for the price tag. He was great last year in Cleveland. We'll talk about the rest of the NBA, but obviously going to have a focus on your Portland Trailblazers. Shout out to Rip City Brady with the $2 donation. Let's move that up. $2 donation. Says, hype, appreciate the stream, guys. Thank you, Brady. And yeah, we got the, we need to bring that back for donations, the little trumpet ringtone when you guys send a donation. We appreciate it. Appreciate all the support that you guys all give the channel. It's been a fun offseason so far. It hasn't necessarily been like a perfect offseason, so to say, but it's been a good offseason in terms of the direction of this franchise, I think, and clearing the way. We'll see if they can trade Jeremy Grant. That would be the cherry on top, is if they could find a trade that makes sense for Jeremy Grant and then use the MLE and get some shooting. That would be a pretty good offseason, man. That would be a pretty good offseason. You know, there's definitely some things that you can nitpick, like the value of Drew Holiday's contract and getting that back in an ant trade, as well as the seeming like it was seen as a reach taking Young Hansen at 16. But then it was reported he might have went 17 to Minnesota or 19 or 22 to Brooklyn. So it's a very interesting offseason so far, and it's been a lot of fun to cover. So we appreciate you guys allowing us to have this platform, tuning in for the streams, hitting the like button, being channel members, all that stuff. Just wanted to give my appreciation before we kick things off here in about 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here and for supporting the channel. Robert asks, how long is the free agency? Free agency lasts the remaining off season, so there's no end date to free agency. This is just when most of the stuff happens because it's when the window opens. But yeah, so free agency can last the rest of the summer. Usually all the big stuff happens within the first at least week or less of free agency. And then there's stuff like the Dame trade didn't happen till end of September or something. So yeah, there could be stuff all along. Sam Dooley said earlier, what did he say? Oh, he said one transaction, that's a low bar. Well, yes, that is a low bar, but in my defense, the Blazers in 3 off seasons under Joe Cronin have signed exactly 2 free agents, Gary Payton and Moses Brown. So that's it. So yeah, one transaction would likely be at least the level of Gary Payton signing and better than Moses Brown, you would think. So one transaction would be a lot better than we're accustomed to under Joe Cronin in these free agent live streams.
Yeah, so apparently, Jake Fisher said we are taking our full MLE into the season and using it as a full mid-level trade exception. I think that's a mistake. If that's truly their plan, I think that's a mistake. You know, what's funny is every time this organization starts to get me excited and makes me feel like they're doing some good things and the right things, there's always something that's like, no, actually, you still have to question them. And that's like a perfect example of that. You're trying to make the team as good as possible for next season. You need a shooter off the bench. You need to improve your three-point shooting if you want to be competitive next year. And you got the opportunity to do that now that you opened up a full mid-level exception. But just taking it into the season completely unused, I think is completely silly to me if you're trying to win basketball games next year. Use it to upgrade the team now. Use it to get something that the Blazers need.
Can we get a shooter, please?
Yeah, we need a shooter. So we'll see if that report is true. That was from Jake Fisher. Hopefully it's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, why can't you trade if you're going to trade for someone now? There's teams that are looking to cut salary.
Yep. So they should definitely be exploring ways to use it. If they just have their minds made up that they're not going to use it, I think that's silly. You should explore what's out there on the market and see
Andre
what
said,
you can get.
JG is a shooter, albeit for $30 million a year. He wasn't last year.
Yeah, he's like 36%.
He was in the past. He kind of fell off a little bit last year.
Yeah. All right.
The idea would be that there would be more teams looking to cut salary at the deadline when they know they're not contending. I don't know about that because with the play-in the last few years, the way it shook out is teams think they could still make a run even if you're the 11th or 12th seed. So I don't know if that's been the case recently. At least since the play-in's been in effect.
Yeah. A Luke Kennard, I would want one that can play the 3 and also who's hopefully a little better defensively than that. Just the timing of DA's buyout and opening up the mid-level exception right in time for free agency, I don't necessarily believe they're not going to look to use it. But, like, inactivity seems to be what Joe Cronin falls back to. I'm hoping that's not the case in free agency. I'm hoping that's not the case today. I think this offseason has been a good test for Cronin. There's been some questionable things. There's been some good things. I think, cutting bait with Ayton. Who knows who's Ayton approached the Blazers. Maybe that's the only reason they did. Maybe they wanted him to start next year. So the tough thing with this offseason so far is, like, I don't really know how much credit to give Joe Cronin or if I should be giving him much credit at all at this point. I think the trade down to 16 was good value in a vacuum. So I guess you can give some credit for that. But, like, if he can get off Jeremy Grant and if he can use the MLE to address a team need, then this offseason looks much, much better in its totality. If he doesn't, then you have questions going into next year, and I'm not sure how good that team's going to be. So I think basically he has to finish the job. He has to finish the job, and he can't just sit and be inactive like he has been in previous seasons.
Yeah. So Jonathan says if nobody good is available because they all been contenders, I say you might as well use it as a TPE either now or at the deadline. I don't know, man. To me, if they hold on to it, it feels like it would never get used.
Yeah. It really does. We've seen that in previous years with the TPE. As far as, like, rookies, though, Hansen Yang, Caleb Love on a two-way. The Blazers also signed Sean Padula out of Ole Miss and Andrew Carr out of Kentucky on Exhibit 10 deals. Those guys are likely to end up with the Rip City remix. But they did bring in Caleb Love. He's going to be a fun summer league player. He can score. He's kind of inefficient. But all eyes on Hansen Yang or Young Hansen after the Blazers cut DA.
Yeah, I'm expecting him to actually get minutes this year, which is fun, at least.
Anyway, we got free agency starting in 2.5 minutes. We'll see what tampering flags are raised off of quick deals that were definitely negotiated before the start of free agency.
Michael Scotto is reporting from Hoops Hype is reporting that Luke Kennard expected to draw interest from several teams, including Nuggets, Hawks, Rockets, Knicks, Clippers, Pistons, and Blazers.
It's a lot of teams. It's a lot of teams. It was cool to see our name in a free agent rumor for once, man. He can shoot the lights out, but I mean, if you add him, like, you playing Sharp at the 3, you're playing Drew at the 3. You playing Kennard at the 3? Like, who are you playing at the 3 out of those 4 guards? Because there's not enough minutes to go around to use the MLE on Luke Kennard. That's why I would rather go for like a Nikhil Alexander-Walker, who I'd feel better playing the 3 than Luke Kennard and can also shoot the ball, just not quite as well. But he is a better defender, so.
It feels like the way their offseason has worked out, getting Drew and leaning so heavily into defense, that they're just going to overpay for a shooter like that. So,
yeah, I mean, I still don't even.
He doesn't necessarily have to play a ton.
Yeah. So MLE, you have to. Can you give a 1-year full mid-level exception? I'm blanking on that.
Yeah, I think you can do anything up to 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that could be an expiring contract shooter. That salary you could use at the deadline. It comes off the books next year, so like you might as well. It's easier to have the MLE as a TPE midseason because then the team you're trading with doesn't have to take back salary and savings could be in your benefit. But I just don't think the Blazers should wait with that asset.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they could create, if they did happen to trade Jeremy and it was for like 3 players, they could absorb one in the TPE and maybe create a bigger trade exception. I don't know if that would work out exactly, but maybe there was a way to create a bigger TPE that you could use up until next year on this date or whatever, or July 6th is when it technically would be able to be used until. So maybe happy free agency, everyone. It's beginning.
Yep.
No.
Clock strikes 0. Clock strikes 0. So free agency is officially underway. Shout out to I'm Adam. $2 Canadian donation says, keep up the great work. Thank you, man. Shout out to Rip City Retro, $2 donation says, can I ask a question? Yes, you can ask a question.
Of course, Rich. What's your question? Or is that your question?
The fun part about free agency compared to the draft is like we can look at chat and not worry about getting spoiled of anything and all that stuff. So.
Oh, but please, it will ban you if you.
Yeah, no fake stuff. No fake stuff.
If you post any fake rumors or try to ball stack us, yeah. Yeah. Did you read off all the other donuts?
Shout out to Antonio, $2 donation says, Ty Jerome for MLE. I mean, if they didn't have Drew and they traded Ant for a pick, I would love Ty Jerome on a mid-level exception. But given that they have 3 guards still, it doesn't really make sense. Shout out to Connor Messing, member for 8 months. His graphics looking good, fellas. Happy free agency day. Thank you, Connor. And then shout out to Benji2711 with a 5. I believe that's a euro.
Yeah.
Look at me knowing more than dollar signs. He says, hi from Germany. That's my birth country. So shout out to you. Hi from Germany, mostly a quiet viewer watching all your content relive in the morning. Thank you for your work. Where do you see Schroeder and Mo Wagner going? I think Mo Wagner probably goes back to Orlando. His brother's there, so I wouldn't expect him to leave. But who knows? If either of those players leave, Schroeder could return to Detroit now that Malik Beasley is having his whole investigation. That kind of threw a wrench in the Pistons' plans. But like Schroeder could be on the table for like 12 different teams. It's really hard to predict where those guys would go necessarily, just because there could be so many teams interested and able to sign them.
Schroeder's going to the Kings.
That's your prediction?
Yeah.
You said it like it was official. I was like, whoa. At the time, it would have been crazy. Man. The Kings. All right. Yeah.
Or like an hour or so. We'll hear.
We'll see. Predict the time, too. What time will we hear?
4:07
Pacific time. 4:07
Yeah.
Pacific time.
Hour and 5 minutes. Yeah.
You were born in Germany, pretty cool. Yeah, my dad was in the army and was stationed over there. I was born in Aschaffenburg. Shout out to Truth Speak 503 with the $10 donation. Says, "Sup, fellas? Hope y'all are well. What do y'all think are the chances, percentage-wise, that Jeremy Grant is on the team at the beginning of the season?" Great question, great donation. Thank you. It's good to see Damani back in streams, man. This has been a good off season for getting him back in here. Good to see him. At this point, 50-50. I think maybe a little bit more likely that he is on the team than otherwise. I'd say like 60-40.
I'm going to say 80% likely he's on the team still. I just don't believe they're going to be able to do it or pull it off, but I'll be very happy if we do.
You don't believe in your theory last night, huh?
No, and I believe in it less after a bunch of people ran with it on Twitter, citing sources without crediting me. But,
Who ran with it?
that's not important.
Interesting. Shout out to Thor Layton and $5 donation says, question, who are we targeting this offseason to add to the roster, and is it realistic to acquire them? Jake LaRavia has been a name that's been floated out there as maybe an option for the Blazers. I think they might get priced out from Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Maybe he wants to go to a better team, although I think he would be a fit here. Is that our first news of the free agency? The Utah Jazz have guaranteed Svi Mikhailuk for next season. Thank you, Blazer fan, for sharing the Svi nuke. We're talking about former Blazers. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Drew Holiday, Svi Mikhailuk.
What's up, Pasty Zach? Yeah, so in my mind, they're probably looking at shooters. I mean, if you could get a shooter that's also a good defender, I would assume they would go for that. But in my mind, they're going to have to kind of pick their poison in free agency. So I think clearly they need someone who is a knockdown three-point shooter. Haynes tweet.
All right, so the Haynes tweet reads as such. Sources: Sacramento Kings have arranged meetings via Zoom to talk with Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Kings looking to acquire both, but have other point guard options to speak with. Yeah, the Kings are after a point guard. I predicted Westbrook to Sacramento like a couple months ago. I just feel like that would be the type of point guard signing they would make. But they desperately need a point guard after not keeping either of Tyrese Halliburton or De'Aaron Fox.
Yep. They also let go of Davion Mitchell as well.
Yeah, he just got re-signed by Miami.
Yeah. Russ is meeting with the Knicks too, so we'll see. Yeah, I kind of miss tampering when we find out a bunch of stuff right away.
Yeah, where there's just a flurry.
They don't lose a second round pick.
Tori, can you speak a little German? I don't know any German. I'm not actually German. My dad was a U.S. soldier stationed there, so yeah. I was born there, but I'm not from there, if that makes sense.
Kosher says, do you guys plan on doing more live podcasts?
Yeah, maybe. No, Eric, I have an idea. What if we did live post game shows after Blazer games?
No, we do. So during the off season, we obviously have our big streams, which are the draft, free agency, all that kind of stuff. But we will go live if there's any moves. But also every Monday and Thursday evening, we have a live stream. Some points of summer, they get kind of bleak as to what to talk about, so it's not always necessarily about the Blazers. We usually do like a Would You Rather stream or something fun occasionally, and then we get into training camp and stuff. And during the season, we still have weekly twice a week live streams, but they are in the afternoons on Monday and Thursdays. And then we do stream live after every single game, having a post-game show. And then also, like I said, if any moves happen, like we went live last night with the DeAndre Ayton stuff. We went live for the Anthony Simons trade, all that kind of stuff. So,
Sorry to tease you, but we live stream all the time.
He meant in an audience, like. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, like obviously the Blazers, they've been kind of bad the last 2 years, so it hasn't been quite as fun. But it was a lot of fun doing those, especially the post game shows where we could have people like come on the show and ask us questions and talk to them. It was just kind of different and fun.
Yeah, I would love to have a restaurant sponsor that would sponsor us throughout the season that we could host watch parties at and just kind of be like kind of hand in hand. I think that would be a great opportunity for a local restaurant. So if you know anybody that has power-making decision for that type of stuff with a local restaurant, that would be good to host watch parties at. Definitely interested going into next season, as the Blazers should be better.
Thanks, David. Yeah, we'll try to do it in person.
We'll be sponsored. No. No thanks. I'm good. Chris Paul plans to decide between the Suns and the Clippers per Chris Haynes. So he's going back somewhere he's been, it sounds like. That'll be interesting to see where he goes. Be interesting to see him on the Suns again. I mean, the Suns could bring back Ayton again. They'll get priced out, but could you imagine? Tori, do you get dual citizenship? I had it, but I think it expired or something. I'm not sure.
King's also meeting with Brogdon.
Yeah, Brogdon's another point guard on the market. The former Blazer.
Snaggy says the Rockets re-signed Jeff Green and Aaron Holiday to one-year veteran minimum deals. We already kind of knew they were re-signing, but specifically the deals are for one-year minimums.
Yep. So this is Houston's cap picture. They have a ton of players under contract. They're probably... I mean, they do have a full mid-level exception that they could put in play. They are about $14 million below the luxury tax, so they could be in play for someone. But you look at all that depth they have. You look at... I don't even know... They have 14 roster spots committed to right now.
Yeah,
so
they're the team most linked to Dorian Finney-Smith right now. I don't think that makes a lot of sense with how many forwards they have, but I mean, obviously, if they could get him, that's huge depth piece.
Yeah. They have a lot of players at every position. I guess maybe like a better backup point, but is Reed Shepherd going to actually factor in year 2? They took him 3rd overall. They got a lot of depth, so they might just be one of the teams that it makes sense to actually save the mid-level exception and use it as a trade exception mid-season. Like, that's the type of team that it would make sense for, not the Portland Trail Blazers.
Yeah.
And they basically did, like, nothing in the draft. They literally have no rookies. I don't even think... Let me check. I don't even know if they have any two-way signings. Yeah. Yep. Look at the graphic. The graphic is blank. The draft graphic for them is blank. Yeah, they literally did not even bring in a two-way yet. So
I thought they signed someone, but
if it was in the last 12 hours, maybe. I'd love Derek White as a Blazer, but I think he's pretty untouchable. Yeah, I mean they just got Drew from them. I don't think Derek White is truly available by any means. You would think that they would have found a way to get him in that same trade if that's really what they were after.
Yeah.
I mean, the Celtics are below the first apron. We'll see if they try and duck the tax. If they try to duck the tax, I don't really know how they're going to get there other than trading Sam Hauser. That's... The Blazers' mid-level exception could be something that they could absorb Sam Hauser to in a trade without sending Boston any money back, considering... Boston, would want to save all that money. They wouldn't want salary back. So that could be an option to get that small forward shooter off the bench. I absolutely think that could be a guy that's in play with that MLE. And then, it's $10 million of salary. You attach him to like Rob Will and Thibault midseason. That's $36 million outgoing, approximately, maybe $35 million. And you could combine those salaries to trade for a big salary player if that's what the Blazers wanted to do. They just need to have that option midseason. That's another reason why they should use their mid-level exception this offseason instead of saving it as a trade exception mid-season. Because you can't attach a trade exception as like salary. So Matisse Thybulle, Robert Williams, they make about $25 million combined. That can bring back about $32.5 million. You can't just attach the $14 million mid-level exception on top of that and make the $25 million up to $39 million. Traded player exceptions only absorb salary that is less than that amount. You can't combine it to take back anything more than that amount. So if the Blazers want to trade for a player making $40 million and they don't use the mid-level exception, you'd have to figure out who to attach to Thybulle and Robert Williams. Like Chris Murray gets you to like $36 million. You're still $4 million short, so who else are you trading, right? It just gets messy. Whereas if you use the mid-level exception now to either sign a player or trade for a player, you have a player on that salary, you would then be able to combine that mid-season at the trade deadline to Williams and Thybulle. So say they did it for Sam Hauser, that $10 million you could combine to the contracts of Williams and Thybulle to match more money at the deadline. So not only is it a better play for trying to be a good team going into next year to use the mid-level exception now, but it also puts the Blazers in a better spot to maybe swing a big trade if it becomes available at the deadline for a high salary player. And it might not happen, but it's good to have that option on top of the other reasons why they should use the mid-level exception to fill the shooting need, as well as just make the team as good as possible going into next year, since that's their goal.
Yep. Jorn asked, you think young Handsome will be our backup five?
I think it'll be Robert Williams to start, but who knows? Who knows how that goes,
I agree. If he is available to play, it's Robert Williams, which means, yes, young Handsome will be our backup five.
Jaren Jackson Jr. has agreed to a 5-year, $240 million maximum renegotiation and extension. That's a phrase.
Dang.
So it's a new deal. It's a renegotiation, I assume, of like the final year of his deal. I didn't know how many years he had left, but Jaren Jackson Jr. getting extended for the long haul there in Memphis. There was some speculation that maybe they would trade him after they traded Bane, but it sounds like the Bane move is just, they maybe had Ty Jerome lined up in free agency and felt like he could replace a lot of that production. And on top of the draft pick haul they got, they used 2 of the 4 picks for Cedric Coward, basically, in terms of trading 16 and the 2028 Orlando first to Portland for 11. But they still have 2 firsts left over. So if they feel like Ty Jerome can do, 75% of what Desmond Bane can, and they can have the flexibility to maybe trade for a star on top of that, it could be 1 step back to take 2 steps forward. And they lock in Jaren Jackson Jr. here on a deal that runs through 2029 and 2030, including a player option in that year.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of cash, man. It's a lot of cash. So yeah, if you look at Memphis, they got a lot of players under contract as well. I think Ty Jerome, if they can add him, that's probably it for the rest of the offseason. They kind of need another, like a better center, I think, if they're trying to compete. I don't like Zach Edey as your starting center, but maybe he can take a step up defensively in year 2.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is also switching from number 13 to number 8.
Where'd you read that? What?
It's that guy who has all the jersey stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how he gets all that information, but
yeah,
he's locked in when it comes to jersey numbers.
He is locked in.
He had that quick, man.
Impressive. He's reinventing himself, both financially and with his number.
Michael Scotto is also reporting that the Hornets and Josh Okogie have agreed to push back their decision date to July 15th, which you would think would be because they're looking to trade him.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about the Hornets, they technically, if you don't count cap holds, they have $3.4 million in cap room, but they have cap holds for a few guys. Now, Trey Mann, I know it says RFA on that graphic. They actually did not extend his qualifying offer. He's a unrestricted free agent, which kind of makes sense considering they have LaMelo Ball just traded for Colin Sexton. They have Nick Smith Jr. off the bench.
Well,
They brought back Micic. I don't think he'll be there to stay, but like Trey Mann is kind of duplicative of Colin Sexton, so he's another player on the market that could receive at least a taxpayer mid-level exception, but maybe upwards of a full mid-level exception because he's a decent bench scoring guard. Yes.
Sorry, just trying to. Well, so when we saw this with the Nets, it was surprising, especially with Daron Sharp, that they did not extend a qualifying offer, but then they ended up re-signing both him and who was the other one? They didn't. They signed them both to like 2 years, $12 million.
Who are you talking about? I was reading Zach.
The Nets with Daron Sharp and someone else.
Zaire Williams.
Yeah, Zaire Williams. Thank you, chat. I mean, that seemed incredibly low for me for Daron Sharp, but I guess that could be what's happening with Trey Mann. Maybe they have a longer term contract already agreed upon.
Yeah.
But you are kind of risking them going and just saying never mind and leaving for nothing.
Santi Aldama is returning to the Memphis Grizzlies on a 3-year, $52 million deal. I think that's pretty good value for Memphis, about $14 million per year. No, let me do quick math. $18 million per year. $18 million per year.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I was thinking $14 million per year was great value. $18 million per year, that's about right in line with what he should have gotten. He had a really good season last year, was really productive on a per-minute basis. I think with Desmond Bane being gone, he could be a guy that's in line for an expanded role. But you got Memphis locking up Jaren Jackson Jr. on an extension and then re-signing Santi Aldama.
And then what's this new one?
It's just more about Jaren Jackson Jr. So Brooklyn has approximately $31 million of cap space now after re-signing Zaire Williams and Daron Sharp. Now that cap number includes the cap hold for Cam Thomas and nobody else because they're obviously going to keep Cam Thomas. He's a restricted free agent. Everybody else, D'Angelo Russell, DeAnthony Melton, Trent Watford, Reese Beekman, like those guys are I think as good as gone. Maybe they bring back D'Angelo Russell, but if they need to renounce his cap hold in order to do something with their cap space, they will absolutely do it. Of course, they absorbed Terrence Mann's $15 million contract and got the 22nd pick, which they used on Drake Powell in order to they use their cap space for that. So they are functioning as a pure cap team right now. They, of course, had a very interesting draft, to say the least, as they drafted 5 players in the first round. 5 players. Yegor Demin at 8. I wonder if they didn't draft Demin at 8, if he would have been a Portland Trailblazer with the 11th pick, and maybe after him not falling to 11, Portland's backup plan was Young Hansen. No idea. He was tied to the Blazers in a lot of Jonathan Givony mock drafts. Of course, we trust him given his relationship with Mike Schmitz. But then Nolan Traore, Drake Powell, Ben Seraph, Danny Wolf. A lot of guys that kind of need the ball, Eric. It was a very interesting draft. I don't really know how they fit off each other, but I think their plan was you just bring in these guys, teach them how to play more off the ball, play off of each other, and hopefully that's how you can build a functioning team while hoping one of these creators can pop and has a lot of upside, right? It seems like that was the draft strategy for them, but it's pretty wild to see 5 players taken in the first round. That's crazy.
It sounds like a mock off season draft. Yeah. But quality over quantity over quality, I guess, is what they're going for.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't understand the Seraph pick at 26. Like, after taking Traore and Demon, it was very weird to me. Very, very weird to me.
You're kind of like saying instead of getting 5 players where they could all be good, you're kind of saying, oh, we hope like one of these 3 is a star, and then like the other 2 wouldn't be, I guess. It's hard to see like 3 players that all kind of need the ball, like you said, all developing on the same team.
Yep. Yeah, we got a full graphics package across the board. Any team you want to talk about, I can pull up a card for them. Other than I didn't make one for San Antonio, I didn't make one for another team. I don't know which team, but shout out to Bobby Marks for the graphics he posted because it made it a little easier to create my own. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. But yeah, any team you want to talk about, we can pull up their cards, see their salary information, their roster, all that good stuff.
Mason asks, is free agency always this slow? No, it's
Not
never this slow. Just
No.
teams in recent years have gotten in trouble for tampering, got some second round picks taken away, some fines, things like that. So yeah, this is definitely people, even if they've agreed to deals already, they're probably just going to sit on them for a few minutes just to make it look like they actually talked for 20 minutes or so before they.
Yeah, like, so rumors, all that good stuff are going to be interesting to talk about. Next year's free agency, I think, is going to be a little bit more wild. I think you're going to have some better names and more teams with cap space. But any chance you can up the stream to 1080p? Are we not streaming in 1080p? We should be streaming in 1080p.
KGB 503 became a starter level member. Thank you. And then also had a $2 donation with no message. You meant to leave a message. Please tag us in one.
Oh man, we're not streaming in 1080p. That sucks. That sucks.
Did you read Thor Latman's $5 donation?
No, or maybe I might have actually.
Who are we targeting this offseason, and is it realistic to acquire them?
Yeah. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can up the quality midstream. Hold on.
Can you put the Blazers one back on there?
Yep.
As Reed's asking, now that we know the 8 and buyout details. So we are under the tax line. So we know with the Drew trade, we're going to be hard capped at the first apron, but that does not matter because Portland, is almost guaranteed to not be a tax team. So it's basically a self-imposed hard tax at the luxury tax line. But DA's buyout actually gives us somewhere between 17 and 18 million under that tax line. The full mid-level exception is 14.1 million approximately. So, we would theoretically have the full mid-level exception to use on a player if they find someone or choose to use it. Could you summarize what happened until now? Basically, nothing's happened. Jaren Jackson Jr. signed a big extension, and the Grizzlies re-signed Sante Adama. So the Grizzlies have been active, but those are both moves that could have been announced at any point because they're with their current team.
Shout out to Jackson Taylor, $3 Australian donation, says, thanks for the stream. Go Blazers. Thank you, Jackson.
Yeah, go Blazers.
Who of you are new to the channel and found our channel in like the past week? Let us know in the live chat. Let us know in the live chat. I'm curious which one of you are new. Grizzlies are awake. Yeah, they're the only team that is awake right now. They really are. Philip, what's up, man? He says he's new to the channel. Good to see you. Good to see you. We do live post-game streams after every game during the season, content year-round. I found you guys when the Ant trade dropped. Nice. It's always good to welcome those of you who are new to the channel. You were gonna say Irk?
Isn't the MLE prorated through the season though?
I don't think so. I don't think the amount changes like that. Like at least for the TPE part of it.
Yeah. Here, since you guys started the channel. Hey, that reminds me, RG, thank you. Tori, we failed to mention this on last Monday, when Anthony was traded. So we started this channel in 2019 with the NBA draft and all that kind of stuff. Been going strong ever since. And I don't want to say this is sad, but I just want to make a note that we no longer have any player that was on the roster when we started the channel. So, or when you started the channel. So,
complete turnover.
Was the last one. So every player on the current roster, we've had a stream or a show about acquiring.
Yeah, that's true. Be interesting to put all the clips together. You know, who was the last to go? Ant. Yeah, Ant. Yeah, we have a video about acquiring Mario Hezonja. That's how long we've been doing this. So, you know, we have the Dame trade when we got Tamani and Ayton. Still can't believe Ayton's gone. Today, I just really want to see a Jeremy Grant trade. That would be so amazing.
I guess technically Jody, Burt, and Joe Cronin were all with the team.
And soon that's Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets. The Rockets. Get Finney-Smith. You mentioned it a few minutes ago. They, that is, let's see. That's their full mid-level exception.
Yeah, it's got to be. I don't think he signs for less than that.
Actually, no, it's a little less because 14 times 4 is 56 mil. So, like, a full mid-level exception with back-end raises would be like 58 mil. So that is slightly less, and I believe it's because they probably want to stay out of the luxury tax. As you can see on the graphic, the full mid-level exception is 14.1 mil, but they were about 13.9 million below the luxury tax. So Houston is able to get Finney-Smith for a little bit less than the full mid-level exception and stay out of the luxury tax. It does hard cap them at the first apron, but they don't need to go into the luxury tax. The first apron is a little bit higher than the.
That's crazy to have that team and still be under the tax. That's how it's done.
Yep. And here you go. Paul Reed stealing more money. He's agreed to a 2-year, $11 million deal to return to the Detroit Pistons.
For the record, it was rumored that Rob Pelinka was out spreading information about Dorian Finney-Smith so that other teams would not sign him or try to take him from them in free agency, saying his knee was in bad shape or something like that.
That has to be bad for agent relations, right?
Yeah, this is just the rumor. And then Dorian Finney-Smith found out about it and said he was going to opt into his contract, but when he found that out, decided to opt out, and now they lose him for nothing. Now, thankfully for the Lakers, if you're looking at it from their point of view, they didn't give up a ton for him. They got him pretty cheap last season, so I guess that's not a huge deal. But Dory, they just lost the wing.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we have a comment in chat. Strange rumor on chat sports starting. Lakers sign Ayton and trade for Jeremy Grant. LA wants both of them. I wonder where that rumor started from.
Chat sports? What the hell is chat sports?
You've never heard of chat sports?
I mean, I'm sure I've heard of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily think Houston needed Dorian Finney-Smith, but that roster is freaking loaded, man. What are they have the wings? They got DFS, Durant. They got Tari Eason. They re-signed Jabari. That's like four insane guards or wings.
Yeah, they could use a wing now. I mean, Jeremy, I think if he can bounce back, does make sense for them. Portland did LA a favor potentially by buying out DeAndre Ayton, and you have to wonder if part of the buyout for DeAndre Ayton, if he goes to LA, if part of kind of the wink agreement is LA will also trade for Jeremy Grant, given that Jeremy Grant makes sense. You need a DFS replacement. Yes, the contract isn't good. Now, here's the only holdup, and here's why I probably don't think it happens. LA has been very deliberate about preserving cap space for next offseason so that they can go star hunting to find somebody next to Luka and maybe next to LeBron. Who knows what happens with LeBron? Apparently he has no trade interest on the market, and he had some comments about wanting to play for a championship level contender, and who knows if the Lakers are that right now. And apparently Savannah is pressuring him to retire soon, so who knows how long LeBron's going to be there long term. But if he retires after this season, or maybe wants to play somewhere with a better chance to win it all, they could have an obscene amount of cap space next year. All their contracts are expiring next year except for Jared Vanderbilt. So that's something that I think matters with this, is like, why would they take on Jeremy Grant if that's their plan? But if LeBron's pressuring them, they're both Clutch Sports clients. It's an interesting little wrinkle.
And this is what I was referring to. All the times you brought up, Tori, like, oh, no team's going to trade for Jeremy, blah, blah, blah. There are situations like this one, in my opinion, where a team like the Lakers, and specifically LeBron, would see getting Jeremy Grant as a sign, like, oh, see, they're trying to help me out, like, no matter what the stats or the analytics say or whatever, LeBron would be happy with that move. So, and holy crap.
Yeah, real quick, because the stream delayed, there's like a 4-second difference between what you see on screen and everything else. Cam Spencer has agreed to re-sign with the Memphis Grizzlies. It's just the Grizzlies party right now. Next thing is probably Ty Jerome to the Grizzlies or something like that. Who knows? But shout out to Nathan, who gifted 20 Blazers Uprise memberships.
Did he accidentally hit a 0 after the 2?
Yeah. Is that on purpose? Thank you, Nathan, for the gifted memberships that go to Mount Hood 91, Trevor Williams, the Uprisen. Somehow our namesake doesn't have a channel membership. Now they do, thanks to Nathan. Shout out to them. Aaron Fagerness, and I'm sorry if I butcher any names. Wasabi, Joe Davis, Roman Barnett, Josh Jones, Blazer fan, Ebby, not Eric Olson, Slothbag, Matt, Bryce Cook, Oregon Observer, JP Savvy, Minimum Pulse, Himothy, Blue Wolf, Andrew Bohm, Alex Wolf, our guy Alex Wolf, and I think I missed one person in there. Blazers for life as well.
Blue Wolf and Alex Wolf, nice.
Yeah, we got a couple Wolves. Shout out to Nathan for gifting the memberships. We appreciate you, Nathan. Shout out to Jackson, member for 52 months, and also a moderator says, wish Dropping Dimes 20 would come back for today. Yeah, Eric's a little busy, though, so. I'm kidding. Thank you, Jackson. And if we missed any of your messages, you can let us know. Leave a like on the stream. It's the easiest way to support the channel. I'm excited for the Blazers having expectations next season. Post-game shows are going to be different than they have been in a while, and it's going to be a lot of fun, man. So, Max $2 donation says, what do you want the Blazers to do today? Use the MLE, go after Nickeil Alexander-Walker if that's possible. If not, Jake LaRavia is interesting. Bruce Brown, maybe. If you're going really all in on defense, he could be a fun piece.
Jaden's asked his agents can talk contracts to the NBA Combine. No, in the NFL, free agency is a little different. It's like there's different free agency windows and things that happen, but isn't it before the Combine? Free agency starts, so you can talk during that. But no, agents can talk to teams. Obviously, it happens, so I'm not saying it doesn't, but agents can now talk and negotiate with their own teams, but not other free agents. You have to wait until 3 o'clock today. Technically, now it probably happens.
Yep. This is interesting. The Memphis Grizzlies and Cole Anthony's reps at Excel Sports are working towards a resolution that allows Memphis to create the necessary cap space to renegotiate and extend Jaren Jackson Jr. while giving Cole Anthony the opportunity to find his next destination, sources tell ESPN. So the Grizzlies were kind of an interesting spot where, like, they had some cap space if you don't count cap holds, but they had cap holds for Santi Aldama, Luke Kennard, all those players you see under free agents, Lamar Stevens, Marvin Bagley III, Yuki Kawamura, and Cam Spencer. They re-signed Cam Spencer very cheaply, so and then Santi Aldama just got his extension. So they're like right on the salary cap line, so I don't really know how it works with the renegotiation into the cap space, but it sounds like they're trying to figure something out with Cole Anthony. Maybe it will be a wave and stretch, a buyout, I don't know. I see somebody say Cole to Portland for Matisse and stuff. I mean, they're trying to save money, apparently, to renegotiate and extend Jaren Jackson Jr. So we'll see what that looks like. But, oh, my goodness, Memphis is like 90% of free agency so far, 40 minutes in.
Yeah. And just a reminder, please don't post fake stuff. And you could, if you're worried about it, you could say like idea or rumor or something. But don't put breaking unless it's like an actual thing that you didn't get ball sacked on.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just replying to a Heat fan on Twitter.
What are you doing?
I said, huge win for the Blazers, saving $10 million in dead cap and opening up the full mid-level exception in the process. Expect them to be active. He said, a Heat fan quoted and said, never seen a cope this large. It's like, this dude thinks I'm coping because he doesn't understand the CBA. All right. Heat fans, man. Why do they still beef with us? Like, it's 2 years later. Get over it, man. Pat Riley didn't even want to trade anything for Kevin Durant. He doesn't want to trade anything for anyone. Like, be mad at him. Get over the Blazer Dame stuff. Don't understand it at all. Makes no sense. Like, their team's going to do probably nothing this offseason. So, good for them. Anyway, I'll be back. Entertain yourself.
What's up, chat?
Entertain chat. Sing them a song or something. I don't know.
I can't sing right now. It's cold.
Bummer.
Yeah, AJ, we've talked about that already. Black Warlocks is how you feeling if we sign LaRavia? I mean, it'd be fine. It'd be fine. I'm not the biggest Jake LaRavia fan, but he did have a pretty good season shooting wise. Like we talked about last night, I don't think he should have had. I don't think he should have had his option declined for this year. He should still be on a team, so didn't make a ton of sense. But he's gonna sign somewhere. What's up, Javon? How you doing? What's up, Lewis? Luis. Thanks, Hawaiian Brian. Appreciate that. How about Cole Anthony as an injury replacement guy? I don't know. I mean, I'd be fine if they signed like a backup guard, but with the guards we have right now, I wouldn't want it to be someone that would expect to play. LaRavia kind of fits in what we're doing. He's an okay defender and can shoot the ball. So, what's our number one need right now? I think without a doubt, it's shooting, Coleman. I think we need a 3-point shooter, just someone who can hit a 3-point shot because we do not have any shooting. Elias says, "What's my game plan if I became the GM today?" Yeah, I would love to add a shooter to this roster. Ideally, you would want a 3 ND guy. Like Dorian Finney-Smith just signed with Houston. He's a guy who shot 40% plus last year, and also is a good defender, obviously. So that would be ideal to have someone who plays defense along with shooting. But I think at this point in free agency, you can't be super picky. I think we have a good enough defensive core to warrant having just a shooter type. You look at these teams, whether it's an AJ Green or a Sam Hauser or a Luke Kennard or a Duncan Robinson or I'm forgetting someone, Sam Merrill, if I didn't say him already. Like a lot of these teams that are good teams have a non-defender shooter out there. So I think you can still make it work. Obviously, you don't need someone that's going to play huge minutes. Drake LaRavia has signed with the Los Angeles Lakers. So LaRavia is off the table. Yeah, so it's pretty surprising. Well, 2 years, 12 million. That's good deal for the Lakers. That does mean the Lakers still have about 8 million with the MLE to sign someone. So they could still sign a Brook Lopez or a DeAndre Ayton.
So the funny thing is Jake LaRavia was seen like hanging out with Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
They're on a show with Trevor Lane, Lakers Nation,
and Keith Smith. No, it was their.
Yeah, Keith and Trevor's.
It wasn't the Lakers show.
No, NBA front office. It was on NBA front office. Yes.
But the Laker fan asked him about
the
Lakers. Yes, and he panned his camera over. And who was in the car with him?
Yeah, it was Austin Reeves. So who knows like how long ago this was agreed? But yeah, LaRavia going to the Lakers. That's a really good pickup. That's a really good cheap pickup. I mean, I would.
Wait, what?
Haynes said the Kings?
Haynes said he re-signed with the Kings?
He did.
Who had the typo?
He did. He did.
Did Shams correct it? Is Shams delete? Or who's right?
I mean, the Kings can only re-sign LaRavia to like, what's the amount?
I think that's about
Yeah,
like maybe they could. It's like 5 something the first year.
D'Lo to Dallas rumor. Who wins, Chris Haynes or Shams Charania in the
Both tweets are
Source
still up.
Showdown? Yeah, I don't know.
What are you talking about, AJ?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Let's see. Let's see who backs down first.
Well, at least we got a nice little showdown here. Some entertainment, a little rumble between Shams and Chris Haynes.
You can't say.
We need Woj back. They having a mid off. Shams corrected it to Kings.
Shams did.
So if I refresh this page,
They have been updated.
no, Chris Haynes. Chris Haynes corrected to Lakers.
Haynes was wrong.
Haynes lost. Haynes lost. Shams won. Jake LaRavia is an LA Laker. He's an LA Laker. That's a great contract. Great little flyer. I actually like the way he kind of fits as a shooter, secondary playmaker. I think he's going to look really good there next to LeBron and Luka. I don't think he'll start. I think he'll be a really good bench piece, though. Now they just need Jeremy Grant, DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, but so now that it's officially the Lakers, so the full mid-level exception is 14.1 million. This could be, maybe it's a sign and trade. I don't know. Maybe they traded like Connect for him or something.
I doubt it. I think it would have been reported as such. I think this is just, it's like a little too much for the biannual, which they also have.
So, but anyways, they would still have enough room under that first apron to use the remaining. And, Aiden doesn't have to get 10 million. I mean, maybe he takes 7 or 8 or whatever center they sign. But it is a little surprising that their first signing is a wing. Although they did lose during Finney-Smith, so they needed a wing. But Andy Marchant says if Portland took back money in the Grant trade, LA could open up more space for DA. No, they could not.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. So basically, if you're over the cap, you see how the cap number's in red. That means you'll have exceptions as long as you're not past the second apron. They have $31 million below the second apron right now. It's more like $25 million after signing LaRavia. So you have like a $14 million chip that you can take money out of. So they just took about $6 million out of that. They have about $8 million left. Even if they save money in a trade, they're still don't have cap room, so it doesn't change how much they can offer because they just have that $14 million chip that they just used 6 out of. Yeah, that's the thing with these shows too. We will educate you on the CBA so you learn some things. This is an educational program.
I don't think we can sign and trade. I mean, maybe they reworked the LaRavia deal to a sign and trade, or into that trade, maybe. They could do something like that, maybe, to still open up their full. Asking which guys you're high on shooting guard, small forward, or power forward. I just like a wing. I think a wing shooter. Why Zebra asked about the reports that multiple teams were interested in trading for Ayton, but Portland didn't want to take long-term money. We did discuss that at length last night. Portland is just uninterested in taking back contracts,
which is
past
smart
this year.
which is
smart. Yeah. I mean, they're better off buying them out, and
Yeah.
especially if they weren't getting an asset. Now, if they were getting a pick or something, or could have gotten a pick, then Jake Fisher. Is there truth to PDX not trading with Lakers? What does that mean, Stan? Are you muted, Tori?
Oh, yeah, I was. So, people bringing up Jake Fisher. I saw somebody say, like, 503 on Twitter dropped a bomb, and his bomb was what we talked about already. We've already discussed this, that Jake Fisher has reported that the Blazers plan to take the MLE into the season as a trade chip, but I just think that's a big mistake because you can't combine it to salary, whereas whatever you use it on, that salary, you could combine to other salary at the deadline it provides you more flexibility at the deadline. And you could have a better team on opening night next year using this asset now. So I don't understand the reason to wait. I do not at all. I think it's just Cronin making another mistake. Every time I think he's cooking, he makes a mistake. It's just kind of how things go. So it's just the roller coaster that is being a Blazer fan right now. MLOM, $5 donation says, missed the days you guys had Woj, Shams, and Hayden's feed going and free agency wasn't boring. Season should be great for us. Rip City, great content as always. Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I can add Chris Haynes to this feed, but
he's already 0 for 1.
He's already 0 for 1. Like, anything that he reports, Shams will report. And we can talk about, like, other tweets and stuff, but I think Shams is just the guy at this point. So thank you for the $5 dono, though. I miss the Woj versus Shams battles. Could we absorb Hauser and also re-sign Jabari with leftover MLE space? We have bird rights on Jabari. So we don't need to use the MLE because he's our own free agent.
Yeah. But if we're talking about staying under the tax, it does.
Yeah.
Depend on what we signed him for.
Yep. Because the Blazers are about 17.9, so let's say they used $14.1 million of the MLE, they'd be $3.8 million below luxury tax. So they're not going to go past the tax line. Shams has monopolized NBA news. He pretty much has, man. I mean, shout out to him. It's impressive.
Yeah.
Especially like how young he is. He hasn't been, he hasn't been around 20 years to build these connections. He's done it in a quick amount of time, so gotta respect it. Any rumors about us doing anything? I did see something on X about a potential grant deal to LA. Any truth to it? I mean, that there is some buzz, but it's like not, something to count on. There's not something to count on. Like, I would assume Grant is probably on the roster next year. But I said that about Ayton and Simon. So guess what? I'll say it again, just to jinx it again. All right? There's no way Cronin could get rid of all three in one offseason, right?
No chance.
No shot. Yeah, it might be my fault that rumor spread like wildfire, by the way. Not that I publicly said it, but it might be my fault that rumor spread.
Oh, why?
Because I'm just so connected.
What does that mean?
It means what it means. Means what it means. I'd not say anything publicly, but yeah. I'll tell you after this.
You realize you could have possibly made it so it won't happen now?
You said it on stream, so
Yeah, but saying on stream is fine.
yeah.
Putting it
I
out.
mean, if I'm talking to a friend, and you say something on stream,
Yeah.
for everybody to hear. Yeah. But, like, that's not gonna... Yeah. If it's not something that should be repeated, then probably shouldn't say it in front of 1,000 people.
Yeah, but
Fisher already reported they won't be using the MLE to sign anyone. No clue who they plan on having to be the 14th slot. Banton again or a Vetman. So they didn't extend the qualifying offer to Jabari, but that could be... I mean, I just don't think they want Jabari back, especially if they're not using the MLE. I figured it would be to have some flexibility beneath the luxury tax line for the mid-level. I don't know. Like, things are just always kind of fluid this time of year, so sometimes teams might not offer a qualifying offer to a player they might want to keep just to keep the flexibility. We just saw that happen with the Brooklyn Nets and Day'Ron Sharpe. Trent Jr.'s probably staying with the Bucks. Is that a report?
there was a thing that he was interested in staying with the Bucks. It wasn't a done deal or anything.
All right, I gotta bounce for a couple minutes. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm having trouble reading. Fully guaranteed deal for LaRavia, says Shams. You'd like to know, huh, Robbie? I don't think you have to worry about us getting Kuminga, Dylan. I don't think we would make that work financially. Trey Jones signed. Trey Jones, 3 years, $24 million to stay with the Bulls. Thank you, guys. Yeah, he played pretty well the last few years, or the last few months of the season after being traded to the Bulls. I think he deserved that. Look for the Bulls to possibly trade Ayo Osamu soon. No chance, Joe. Shams did say there was going to be didn't he say there was going to be like a huge or some huge trades today or something? Or did you say huge moves? What's the worst signing Portland could realistically make? I don't know, Cam Reddish.
Shams just typing stuff up. It kind of feels like it. Trey Jones. Did you see Trey Jones?
Yeah.
Resigned. Yeah, I wish it like updated the time on it. Like says 1 second ago. D'Angelo Russell, 2-year, $13 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks. D'Angelo Russell is headed to Dallas. Dallas needed a ball handler with Kyrie Irving being out for probably most of the regular season next year after suffering that ACL tear. They didn't really have a backup point guard behind him. As you can see, if I pop up the Dallas graphic, like their projected point guard before this signing next year to start the season was Brandon Williams or Jaden Hardy. So D'Angelo Russell will get an opportunity to start, opportunity to play there in Dallas, maybe re-up his value a little bit. It's a good cheap contract, yeah, for them. That's the tax MLE. They were about $7 million below the second apron.
I wonder if it's going to be for like a player or a team option for the second year, but even if it's a player option, he might opt out after 1 year, thinking he could make himself some more money. So, I think that's a very adequate 1 year Kyrie replacement.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I kind of just assumed there'd be a player option, so maybe not. It would be a great deal for Dallas if there wasn't, because this does feel like slightly below market value for him.
No report is set in stone, Troy. Especially from Jake Fisher.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, people say, we're unfairly critical or negative, or just want to be negative. But let me just say this. If the Blazers have already packed it in and just have decided they weren't going to go after free agents and save the MLE, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and they should all be fired immediately.
Yeah, and it's also like the fourth season in a row that they've done that. They do that every offseason.
Would it surprise me? No.
Yeah, they do it. They do that every offseason. It would be par for the course to just be super lazy in free agency. The biggest free agent they've signed in the last 4 years, like counting this year, the last 4 years, is GP 2 weeks. The next biggest is like Moses Brown. So they opened up a full mid-level exception with the buyout of DeAndre Ayton. They opened it up. They should use it. It helps justify the Ayton move. It helps justify that. We have to sign a free agent or do some kind of move to get to 14 players. Yeah, but I mean, if that's just a Banton signing, would you be surprised?
They could just re-sign Banner, Jabari Walker. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna take a Jake Fisher report 100% for face value. Like even a Shams report about like a rumor isn't necessarily like set in stone or anything. Michael Porter Jr. traded to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. The Nuggets are trading an unprotected 2032 first-round pick with MPJ to the Nets to get Cam Johnson. Whoa. Fascinating trade.
Great trade for the Nuggets. Holy crap.
They save like 16
almost 20 million.
Cam Johnson making like 22 and MPJ's making like 38. Let me pull up.
I thought he was in the 40s. Or maybe that's later in his.
Let me pull up Spot Track. Michael Porter Jr. This opens up the full mid-level exception for Denver. Presumably. So Michael Porter Jr. this season, 38.3 million. Cam Johnson.
23 or so. 22.
Cam Johnson, 21 million. Dang, I was hoping both my salary numbers were correct. So that's about $17.2 million of savings, $17.3 million of savings. And as you can see, They were about $1.2 million past the first apron. So now they're about $16 million under the first apron. If you use the full mid-level exception, you get hard capped at the first apron. So going into free agency, that's why on this graphic they were listed as having the tax mid-level exception. This move not only replaces Michael Porter Jr. with a similar caliber shooter that is maybe a little well-rounded. I actually think that's an upgrade for them.
Yeah.
They also now can go after
Better defender, too.
Bruce Brown? Bring him back to Denver? Maybe they get in play for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They're going to be able to make some things happen. And the Grizzlies made another thing happen there. Indeed, signing guard Ty Jerome, 3 years, $28 million deal with a player option in year 3. So they get Ty Jerome. It's just been the Grizzlies all day, all night. We just got a couple Shams bombs back to back.
That's cheaper than I thought Ty Jerome
Yeah.
would go for, but he kind of flailed towards the end of the season, hurt his value a little bit, but
he was phenomenal,
solid signing for them.
That's a great signing. So Ty Jerome last season, 12.5 points per game, 3.4 assists, 51.6% from the field, 44% from three, 87% from the free throw line. Like, insane efficiency. This is in 20 minutes a game. Okay? And when he started, he had some big games. Per 36, 22.7 points, 6 assists, 4.5 rebounds on a true shooting percentage of 64%. So I think if you're Memphis, you're hoping you can bring him in, maybe start him at the 2 and give him, Desmond Bane's role and see if he can be like a 20-point per game, 5-assist guy with really good shooting. I mean, that's kind of what Desmond Bane was. So I think they're taking a gamble on him replacing that production. And then if he does, that's a bargain contract. That is absolutely a bargain contract if he can. So I love that move for Memphis. I think that's a great move.
Yeah, replace some of the ball handling they lost with Bane. And then you have a point guard when Jaw's out. Alex asks, what are the Nets doing? They are taking on a ton of salary to acquire what could be a huge asset. That 2032 unprotected first that's still, 7 years from now? Jokic is going to be at the end of his career. That pick could be really good. So I understand why they did it, but I also really like that move for Denver, just going for it still now. I think this reopens them as a championship contender. I mean, they were right there, Game 7, and got nothing from Michael Porter Jr. in that series. So I feel like this move, especially if, like you said, wow, Troy was off by 3 minutes.
What'd you say was that 407?
Dennis Schroeder signing with the Kings.
That's been confirmed?
I don't know. It's from Snaggy, so he's usually pretty accurate when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. Wow. 3 minutes off. That's impressive. That is impressive.
409 when it was tweeted. Oh man, 2 minutes. That was so cool. Oh my.
That's crazy, actually.
You got to give me credit for that. That's a win, right?
Yeah, that's a win.
Within 2 minutes.
That's a dub.
Dang. Anyways, yeah, man, I really like that move for Denver a lot. Cam Jones is like everything they hope Michael Porter Jr. would be when he makes so much less money. That's crazy. Good use of your assets. That's a team that isn't afraid to go for it. But also, the Nets, just with cap space, get 2032 unprotected.
Yeah, I mean, that could be, who knows what Jokic is or where he is at that point. That's 7 years from now. Still probably be an all-star caliber player, but it's worth the gamble. Worth the gamble if you're Brooklyn, I guess. I wonder if they could have gotten a better unprotected pick and maybe not as tough of a contract if they traded him a little sooner. Kevin Porter Jr. is returning to the Milwaukee Bucks on a 2-year, $11 million deal. I believe this might have to be an exception, like one of their exceptions. Whoops, wrong card. So he's on like a minimum contract, non-bird rights. So this might be the biannual exception.
Yeah.
Any rumors for Portland?
Nope.
Alrighty. How come you guys hated trading the 11th pick and Grant for MPJ, but love trading an unprotected first and MPJ for him? What do you mean? We hated it because Portland's not as good as Denver. Okay. We like it for Denver because they're getting off of MPJ and they're also opening up a full mid-level exception. So it's not just this trade in a vacuum, it's also what it opens up for them.
But I don't understand how those are related. We don't want to be the team that gets Michael Porter Jr., so why would we want to trade the 11th pick and Grant for him?
Yeah, I don't really understand. Nuggets are in contention and Blazers are nowhere near to it. Yeah, but I mean, Blazers might be in playing contention. We can use the word contender for the play-in.
So for Cam Johnson, the Nuggets, he's what they need. That Michael Porter Jr. was their starting small forward, and Cam Johnson slides into that role. For the Blazers, you'd be trading the 11th pick and Jeremy Grant for Cam Johnson when you already have Toumani Camara and Deni Avdija as your starting forwards. So you don't. One of those three players is then on your bench. So for me, trading for Cam Johnson and using that pick means we don't, like, right now we're sitting there with a potential lottery ticket, whether you like the pick or not, with Young. So we have that opportunity for him to be good. And, you know, so like I'd rather have that than have traded for either a backup forward or making one of our really good forwards a backup forward.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely agree on that.
D. Thomas says Drew to Cam, Denny, and Klingman would have been nice. Yeah, but then you're Scoot and Sharp are coming off the bench again in their third and fourth years. Like, I
What are we
don't.
doing?
I mean, yeah, that team on paper is pretty good. I just don't like.
Not good enough to justify bringing both those guys off the bench next year.
Is Cam an upgrade to MPJ? Yeah.
Absolutely. Minimum pulse, I do not have to do that, actually. I do not consent to shaving my head bald and dressing like Joe Crow, especially not dressing... No, I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. I'm not shaving my head. Good luck getting me to do that. Bruce to the Nuggets? Yup. Bruce Brown has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Denver Nuggets. I called it. Bruce Brown returning to Denver makes a ton of sense. A ton of sense. Isn't that what happened in our walk-off season, too?
Maybe, I don't remember.
I think it was Bruce Brown back to Denver because they opened up a full mid-level exception. Kind of funny. Great job by them. See, they basically traded MPJ in that unprotected pick for Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown. That's essentially what happened. That's great work by Denver. I mean, who knows if it's even, like, his value's kind of declined a little bit, but he was great in Denver. He helped them win a championship. So he fit perfectly there, and they missed having him. So now it's, maybe it's a biannual exception, which I believe they have.
What do you mean, right, Tex? How do the Blazers view Kenny for next season? What does that mean? I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I don't understand the question either.
Man, Nuggets are cooking.
They are
Red
cooking.
Nuggets. Yeah. I mean, I don't. It's hard to say they're not right there with OKC, right? After taking them to 7 games, like.
I mean, OKC, if they play better, it doesn't go 7. I still would take OKC in a series. I still think they're kind of head and shoulders above everybody else. Kevon Looney is leaving Golden State to head to the New Orleans Pelicans.
That's going to be weird. What are the Pelicans doing?
Yeah, that is kind of weird for the Pelicans, man.
What are they doing?
They have Yves Missy. Zion can play some 5. Karlo Matkovic was pretty decent to end the year. I don't really understand giving Looney that contract, but...
What was the contract?
2 years, $16 million.
They gave up that 2026 unprotected pick for Derek Queen, too.
Yeah. Joe Dumars, man. I don't know what he's doing. D'Angelo Russell's second year is a player option. As I assumed, those types of contracts generally give the player the right to opt out when they're a little bit below market value. And that's part of what helps them sign for a low amount. This is kind of like a rehab year for Russell's value, I think. At least that's how he and his agent are seeing it. Great opportunity in Dallas to be the lead ball handler on a team with some front court talent.
Probably by far his best opportunity, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a great deal. Like, if you could get 1 year, $9 million somewhere else, this is better than that, even though it's like probably $6 million year one. Just because I think he'll be able to make more next offseason. I think this is a great opportunity for him to rehabilitate his value. And if he doesn't, he can opt in and stick around. So it's a good deal. I think Tor doesn't like me anymore. Dude, just because we argue about sports on Discord does not mean I feel any sort of way towards you personally. It's sports arguments. Like, sports debates are very natural. Like, I do not care. Does that mean Lopez to Golden State? It could because, they don't have Looney. Of course, they had Quentin Post, who was really solid last year for them, the 52nd pick, and they drafted another 52nd pick, and Alex Tui this year. Golden State's going to be interesting. I think Brook Lopez might make sense if they want a little bit more shooting, but I don't know, like, do they start Jimmy at the 4, Draymond at the 5, and start like Steph, Podziemski, and Kuminga if they bring him back? It's interesting that we haven't seen a Kuminga re-signing yet. That makes me feel like it's more likely that they're just going to let him maybe get an offer sheet or potentially sign and trade him. Would you want Jimmy, Draymond, and Brook Lopez all starting together? I don't really know. It is kind of strange to me. They did get 2 players in the draft. Alex Tui, as I said, with the 52nd pick, which the 52nd pick the last 3 years has been Karlo Matkovic, Tamani Kamara, and Quentin Post. All 3 players have proven dividends right away, proven to be good 52nd picks. So we'll see if Alex Tui can keep that trend going. And then they did draft Florida guard Will Richard at 56. I don't know, like, could Will Richard end up playing any minutes for them this year like Quentin Post did? It's probably unlikely, but he can knock down threes and has an NBA body, so who knows?
Oh yeah, the rumor earlier today was that Al Horford was going to go to Golden State, or that Golden State was interested in Al Horford. So
That would be a good little pickup for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, so the Cavs were not able to keep Ty Jerome. Like he end of an era in Golden State with Looney exiting to New Orleans. Was it an era?
they got Lonzo Ball though. The
Who-
Cavs got Lonzo Ball.
Yeah. Yeah, they got Lonzo Ball because it was going to be hard for them to re-sign Ty Jerome. Essentially, you look at where they are at. They're well into the second apron. So, in Ty Jerome making as little as he did, they just didn't have like full bird rights on him. So that's part of the reason why they traded for Lonzo Ball, knowing that they were not going to be able to, under the CBA, offer Ty Jerome what he was probably going to make somewhere else. But also, I think for Ty Jerome, like, I wonder if the third year is a player option, because that's a great opportunity for him to like multiply his value, so to say.
Do teams make trades on free agency day? Yes.
We just saw a trade.
We just saw a trade. What are you talking about?
It's on the graphic right now.
I mean, there's for those that are panicking. I mean, there's two ways you can look at it. One, this is par for the course for the Blazers, and
Yeah.
two, I mean, there's 20 plus other teams that haven't made a move yet either today, so it's not all going to happen for every team right away.
Yeah.
Some free agents want to talk to multiple teams, and I'm assuming most of the Blazers people they're after, like the Luke Kennard rumor, where there's like 6 or 7 teams interested in him. It'd be really hard for him to just accept the mid-level with the first team he accept or talks to, considering someone like Detroit, who's also interested in him, has the ability to maybe have a little bit more than just the mid-level exception or whatever. But I mean, it's been an hour and 25 minutes. It's not time to panic or anything.
People are tripping already? Yeah, they must be new to free agency or forgot how free agency goes. This is par for the course. This is how it goes. So, yeah, just deep breath. Grab some popcorn. Maybe, what?
Does he know?
Who knows?
You need to put that on the, that meme. Does he know?
No.
You need to put that on the screen and direct it at Aeromancer.
Yeah.
Aeromancer, do you not know?
Do you not know? Yeah. Did you think it was like an internet joke if you saw it and it's actually not a joke? When will Ashley?
Oh, he's not on Twitter.
Oh.
Malik,
So that's why he doesn't know.
Malik Beasley might be in jail because he.
Whoa. Luke Cornett got a bag?
From us?
No, from San Antonio? 4 years, 41 million? Sorry to interrupt you at the point where you said Malik Beasley might go to jail, but what?
Yeah.
That's insane.
He's being investigated for gambling on himself and possibly fixing.
Jonte Portering.
Yeah, so he's in a world of trouble. It just cost himself a ton of money.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cornett gets a bag,
So-
man.
Chris S says that's a lot for an immobile big, but I mean, it kind of fits having a shooting big like next to Wemby, who is incredibly mobile. So
Having a shooting big?
I mean, just like a guy who can. I mean, I know he's not like. Where did he shoot from three?
I don't think he shoots threes. I know he was a shooter in college.
Yeah, maybe
But
that's what I'm
he's
thinking of.
yeah, yeah. That's
But
basically what
he
he was
doesn't
in
like
college.
clog the paint, though. Is what I'm saying. Like he's not.
I mean,
He's an okay defender. It's got the cornet contest.
yeah. So this year he was 0 for 3 from three. The year before he was 1 for 1. He shot more threes.
But he
Once
didn't
he got
shoot
into
mid
the
range.
league. According to Basketball Reference, basically not. Like 95% of his shots were 10 feet or in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. I feel like that's a little pricey, man. I don't really think they had Charles Bassey, who was good last year, but he's always kind of injured. Maybe they get him to start shooting threes again. He's a 32%er for his career. But yeah, it's that's a contract I was not expecting to see.
Joel said, "Didn't we pay Myers Leonard more 10 years ago?" Yeah, he got the 9 years ago. He got the Myers Leonard contract.
Yeah. So Boston's losing all their bigs. Ayton
Pretty
to
much.
Boston. Joe Mazzulla would kill Ayton. I'm telling you guys, Cronin's a big free agent. Is going to be Juzang once he clears waivers. Bro, probably. That is very Cronin. That is such a Cronin move. I believe it.
Tori, do you think it's a coincidence the guy Kanan Dune last night who told us that the Blazers were signing Laravia and he would be here to face the music if he didn't has not shown up yet today?
Nobody ever faces the music, man.
Also, yeah.
Nobody ever
The
faces
person who defended him is also not here. Funny.
Yeah. It's interesting how that happens. Don't guarantee things to happen. Even if you got intel, it doesn't mean that it's gonna happen. And that's literally the case for like Shams even. Like Shams hears things and it's the NBA, like you got 30 teams out there, 30 different organizations making different moves. Like it's kind of like the Wild Wild West. So you never know. Clint Capella, 3-year, $21.5 million deal with the Houston Rockets. I guess they are going into the tax.
Wow.
He returns to Houston.
So I got Şengün, Capella, and Adams?
Yeah.
Jesus. They're just like, this is like Trader Bob Whitsitt. Just like, we don't care. We're just going to get the 15 best players and see how it works. How are they going to?
How are they making that work? Because I don't think they had a biannual exception. Maybe they did.
They must.
They're loaded. Yeah, they are.
But that also does take away Capella. It takes them away from the Hawks. It also takes them away from being an option for all these teams that have lost a center or could lose a center, like the Bucks or the Lakers and stuff like that.
How does Luke Cornett get that much more money than Clint Capella?
I don't know. Yeah, does your money include Landell's guarantee or not? Because they pushed that vote back, I think.
Yeah, I believe
I think they could still cut in.
Got you. Yeah, it's basically just information taken from SpotTrack, so I believe.
What? How many years was the Capella?
How many years was what?
The Capella, yeah.
3. So it's like $7 million per.
3 years, dude.
Man, the new CBA is killing the middle class of contracts. It really is. Alrighty. Um,
Shady Cuba says Clippers are the favorite for CP3. I mean, that'd be a good pickup for them.
I know Gabe would be bummed out about that. He wants a CP3 return.
What?
Yeah, it makes sense for CP3, I think, to go to Phoenix more than the Clippers, but
Yeah, both teams are. I mean, Clippers are a better team.
yeah, but they're not winning a championship. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's, 40, so that's probably what he wants. So I
Karis
guess, yeah.
LeVert to Detroit.
Whoa! that's a repeat of our mock-off season as well, man.
Is the shame still not updating?
Oh, I needed to scroll up. 2-year, $29 million deal for Karis LeVert. I got him at like $8 million per year. I ran Detroit. If you guys don't know what we're talking about when we say mock off season, we have like 30 people that all run teams. We run through a mock off season. We follow real CBA rules and all that, and then all the trades are listed in our Discord. We have a section for it that lists everything that happens. And I ran Detroit, and I lost out on Malik Beasley to the Spurs, and I signed Karis LeVert to replace him. And
this is before the betting news.
yeah, I also signed Ty Jerome. So, yeah, interesting. I mean, Karis LeVert is going to go there and replace Malik Beasley, presumably. They had some cap space, so they make it work. Let me pull up there.
I do not like that move for the Pistons.
Why not?
Because one of their biggest weaknesses is shooting, and they have wings that are kind of non-shooters, and I feel like he's worse than them. Like, I'm not playing him over Thompson or Holland or those kind of guys. So
I think he's a just good enough shooter. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he's like 35% or kind of right around there. Like, he definitely needs the ball in his hands. Like, I think as a starting role, it wouldn't make sense. But I think for what he's going to be, 6-man off the bench, it's fine. But yeah, I mean, like, if there was a shooter out there that was just as good, I think they probably go for that instead. I just don't really know what they should have done with their cap space otherwise. Like, he's still a decent player. They could go after like a Gary Trent Jr. with the room exception. They're gonna have to renounce like all their cap holds. I mean, I guess they re-signed Paul Reed, but just looking at things, this probably means both Malik Beasley and Tim Hardaway Jr. are gone. Dennis Schroeder went to the Kings. Luke Kennard would have been better. I mean, yeah, for like what they need, probably, but I wouldn't want to pay him as much as I'd want to pay Karis LeVert, just in terms of value. Is Yossi Goslin a credible source? Why do you ask? What is the report? The name sounds familiar. I don't know much about them. Keith Smith said basically kind of what I said. I believe at least one of the Rockets' incoming signings, DFS or Clint Capella, will be part of a sign and trade deal. Yeah, I said, like, I don't know how they don't have like an exception for both. So I don't know how they make one of them work. Like Jock Landale maybe going out, guaranteeing his salary and trading it out.
Or maybe you have a I don't know if they have a trade exception or something.
I mean, it's possible. That's one thing I didn't really include here unless it was a big TPE. So yeah, maybe it is with a trade exception. Bruce Brown got the minimum?
So they still have the ability to use the MLA? Wow.
They are cooking. Oh my god. I mean, assuming that that person in chat is correct.
Also, keep in mind, since none of these moves are official till July 6th, it's becoming more and more common for GMs to get super creative and kind of like agree to deals and then work something out with teams later. Like, there were several players last year where signings ended up being sign-in trades instead of just outright signings to help a team sign someone else. And lots of teams and agents push for this too because it obviously gets their clients more money in this new CBA. It's one of the only ways to get them more money. Either they're getting lowballed or they get overpaid to stay with the team. But if you don't get that that option, you kind of have to be signed and traded to get a deal, or like in the case of Kaminga, almost going to have to be. Sam Amex reporting that Brown is a vet minimum. Wow.
That's insane. Denver's cooking, man. Denver is cooking. They had a... I forget who they signed on the two-way. Let me see here. Tamar Bates. Yeah, they signed Tamar Bates on a two-way. Which, decent two-way signing. Like, I'd have been excited for them if they got Hunter Salas. I think he would have been a great fit there. We're going to see a Tumani extension. That's the one thing that I don't know enough about is like all the weird extension rules and all that. To be honest, like I think it's possible. OKC, Denver, Houston clear top 3 in the West. I think at this point, yeah, but like I think you also got to put Minnesota up there. They've been in the Western Conference Finals back-to-back years. Blazers go get Giannis. Well, the Milwaukee pick next year would have been a great asset to try to make that happen. The Blazers basically said no. So, where does Walker go? Out of the league? It's possible. It is possible. I wouldn't expect him to, like, sign day one if he does sign. Just woke up from a nap. Love saving $10 million on Ayton. Yeah, I just hope they use the MLE today. Or in free agency, at least. What about Peyton Pritchard or Sam Hauser for Robert Williams III tacked onto that Drew deal? It doesn't really make any sense for them to trade Pritchard. He's just better. And, like, Sam Hauser, sure, but, like, I think they need to trade him to duck the tax. So if that's what they're trying to do, they're not going to want salary back. Are y'all thinking Tamani should start or should we find a starter at the 3? Absolutely, he should start. Yeah. Like, the only way you shouldn't start is, like, if we got Cooper Flagg or if we get, like, a great deal for, like, a legitimate star forward and it's like, okay, we don't know who to start. Like, there's no starter in free agency at the 3 that's better than Tamani. I think a bench shooting wing that can play the 2 or the 3 would be the best archetype to go after. Tori, what if we got RJ Barrett? What happens then? I don't think we're getting RJ Barrett. I know the Blazers were the betting favorite to trade for him. I just didn't really feel like that was based on any substance. So I didn't really believe that. This is a guess, but I think Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to the Hawks. Yeah, I know that was a rumor, and especially with them losing LeVert, like that, Nickeil Alexander-Walker kind of replaces him in their rotation. How much can we offer a free agent if we aren't using the MLE? Well, we have a biannual exception as well. That's worth $5.1 million that you can use once every 2 years. Rockets are doing a sign and trade according to Keith Smith. Yeah, I believe it. They kind of have to. Let's see. Jackson, I'm not going to worry about that right now. There's a few people that need to finish things up there. How much? But, like, if we don't offer the biannual exception, it's just minimum signings. Unless the Blazers are signing trading for someone, and then it's like their salary is basically whatever the Blazers sign them to, and then they have to match it in the trade. If that makes sense. Dang, that was off center. Okay, that's why everything was messed up. I think firing Eric for the Jeremy Grant rumor was an overreaction. You're funny. Chris Haynes, you're so late with it, man. What are we doing? I love how the timestamps on this are all crazy messed up. Chris Haynes finally reported the D'Lo sighting like it was new news.
The D'Lo?
Yeah, like it was new news. Yeah, I could have reported that before Chris Haynes after seeing the Shams tweet, so don't really know what we're doing here. Chris Haynes getting Lavravia wrong has to kill any credibility he had left, surely. I mean, yeah, maybe he just was thinking about the Kings, and for some reason, I don't know. He tweeted right after Shams did. Well, yeah, he's still not breaking anything. Nobody really breaks anything, man, other than Shams. Shams is the go-to guy.
I went to get cough drops.
Gotcha. Do it and we can act like you're launching off Tory bombs. Hell yeah. We love a good Tory bomb. I think the Lakers are super desperate after losing DFS now. I mean, they got Jake LaRavia. They're never desperate, even when maybe they should be, so. Anyway.
Has there not been anything since LeVert?
No. No, we had a little bit of flurry of news there, but not much afterwards. The MPJ trade is just still like the move of the day, I think. The Ty Jerome signing, too, I think is the biggest impact move of the day, signing of the day. People were asking who's the top three in the West. They said OKC, Houston, Denver, but I said you can't count out Minnesota. They've been in the conference finals 2 straight years. I think that's kind of the clear-cut top 4, though.
We say Houston?
Yeah, OKC, Houston, Denver, Minnesota is my top 4.
Yeah.
Would love, I mean, maybe not love, but I would be impressed if Denver then goes and uses the MLE to bring in more talent. Like, that MPJ trade is such a win. But it sounds like they could have signed Bruce Brown anyway to a minimum, so.
Dallas, be fascinating to see how if Cooper Flight can elevate them in year 1 without Kyrie. If they had Kyrie, might be thinking about him differently, but
yeah. 18 has 48 hours to clear waivers, right? So a rumored Lakers Grant trade will probably happen after Ayton clears and signs. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole Lakers Grant thing is maybe a possibility, but I don't. I feel like people are taking too much stock in the buzz. Like,
Yeah.
there was something that was floated out there as like a possibility, and it should be treated as like a possibility and not more. It's like an interesting wrinkle, like if that's the case, but I mean, the Lakers want to preserve cap space next offseason. Jeremy Grant doesn't help with that. Maybe they feel like they can trade Jeremy Grant next offseason or get off his money. I don't know. But I would just assume that they're probably not trading Grant. I would assume that Jeremy Grant's going to be a Blazer next year. I really would. I know people don't want to hear it. Brook Lopez to the Clippers.
Wow. So he's headed to LA.
2 years, $18 million deal to back up Ivica Zubac. So they upgrade Drew Eubanks into Brook Lopez. That's probably the most money he was getting offered. Just kind of surprising. Does that mean, well, the Suns can only offer Chris Paul at minimum at this point. So they could still be in play for Chris Paul. But, like, are they just trying to be the oldest team in NBA history, Eric?
It must be. Workstro thinks you created that Grant rumor, Tori.
Sure, I'll take full responsibility.
You didn't watch the show last night?
I guess not. This is why you got to watch every stream we ever make. You never know what you're going to miss out on. You got to watch every second. If you blink for 1 second, you might miss something. So, like, anybody out there watching that's like, man, the Blazers aren't doing anything, I might click off the stream. The second you click off the stream is the second you'll miss something. Oh, wait, no, that would convince people to click off the stream so Cronin does something. Never mind. We need 2,000 people in here for Cronin to feel moved enough to do something, all right? Blaze the Nuggets, that's crazy. Hey guys, I just blinked. Did I miss something? Not this time, but next time. I feel like with our current roster, the teams are going to hate to play us, but we're just going to go 36 and 46 again and sit in 11th or 12th in the West. I kind of agree, but if they're a borderline top 5 defense, they have to at least be 500, right?
Dude, thing.
When was the last time a top 8 defense was below 500? I can search that on dunks and threes. I'm going to search that in a second on dunks and threes. Let me just put this in.
Jerry Scott asked Kuminga, Tori and Eric. I don't know how we'd get him. We'd have to sign and trade, and I don't think the Warriors are interested in what we would have to offer for him. So.
Also, it's just like another guy that can't shoot. I thought Ayton wasn't clearing waivers till Wednesday. Yeah, that's what was reported. 5 p.m. on Wednesday. So like 2 p.m. Pacific. Only time I'll click off this room is when the big earth quack comes. Yeah, we don't want a big earth quack. That would be bad. We don't like anything that quacks. Bulls in 2022-2023 were last under 500 top 8 defense. Oh, look at what we got. $10 donation from Conan Dune. He says, I was wrong. My
There he is.
bad. He lives up to his word. He owns up to it with a $10 dono. We appreciate it. All is forgiven. Thank you for being able to take responsibility, and thank you for the donation.
Thank you, Kanan.
The other guy won't show up, but thank you for showing up. Good to see you.
That's right.
It is kind of nice doing this stream by a window and like having natural light and not being in a cave. But sometimes I do kind of miss the cave, the blackout curtain, the old vibes, you know. Chat, do you miss the old vibes?
Sorry, some people
Go ahead.
are asking in chat, do you want to play the fun game of what is Joe Cronin doing at this moment?
What is Joe Cronin doing at this moment? Let's see. What temperature is it outside? Is he outside or not? Although I saw him at Hoop Summit and it looked like his whole head was sunburnt. So 93 degrees. Yeah, he's probably outside tanning his head. Which
Walking a dog or something.
Yeah, walking the dog. Asking the dog who he should sign. The dog didn't bark, so he's signing no one.
Dro says he's gooning.
Robert Williams' trade value has to go up? What do you mean it has to go up? Why? What did I say I was going to do? Oh, I was going to look at dunks and threes. That's what I was going to do. So, yeah, that year with... So it's 2022, 2023. So, like, the last 2 years, all 16 top 8 defenses have been above 500. In 2023, you had the Bulls. This is actually, like, perfect, Eric. The Bulls that year were 5th best defensively and 24th best offensively, and they were 40 and 42. I feel like that's the Blazers next season.
What were they offensively?
24th.
Nice. Yeah. Probably pretty accurate.
Yeah. And their shooting that year from 3, they shot 16th best from 3, so it wasn't a 3-point shooting problem. The year before, was there any other top 8 defenses? The year before, every top 8 defense was above 500. The Knicks were like 25th best offense, 10th best defense, and were 37 and 45. The year before that, top 8 defenses, you had... that was the year after COVID, but every team was above 500 in the top 8 defensively. The year before that, same thing. The year before that, you had Memphis that was 33 and 49 because they were 8th best defense and 28th best offense in 2019. In Miami was 5th best defense, 26th best offense, and was 39 and 43. But like since 2020, that's 6 seasons, and only one team with a top 8 defense was below 500. So that's what, 48 teams, only one. So I think that's the goal for the Blazers: be a top 8 defense. You should be above 500 if you're a top 8 defense. Now, basically, just try not to have the 24th worst offense. Like, try and get your offense in the top 20. Try and get your defense in the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Tori, in 2024, 2025. What? The Hawks and Kings were top 8 and under 500. They weren't. I'm looking at adjusted defensive rating on dunks and threes because that's a better like stat than just pure defensive rating. And I don't see the Hawks or the Kings top 8. I mean, the Kings were a really bad defense. They were 23rd. I think you're looking at offense, maybe. I don't know. Because the Kings definitely were not top 8 defensively last year. They were horrible defensively.
they weren't top 8 in regular defense rating either.
Yeah. They were 7th best offensively in adjusted offensive rating. But yeah, so I mean, like that's the recipe for the Blazers, and that's the thing making the Ant for Drew trade. Like I do think it gives them a better chance of being a top 8 defense. It's just kind of like the benchmark goal, I think. Do you think right now they have a top 8 defensive roster?
Now that Aiton's gone and if Drew plays, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a crazy comment.
If Joe didn't sign any free agents this offseason, and well, I mean, maybe he just re-signs Spanton.
I don't count those. Like sign new free agents.
Or even if it's like a minimum contract guy.
Yeah.
That doesn't play much.
Like a Moses Brown.
And Jeremy Grant is retained, not traded. How do you think the goalposts are going to move?
What do you mean, like for
like what do you think? What do you think what do you think like the narrative will be to defend Cronin? That it's hard to get a free agent to Portland. They're going to bank on that.
That they didn't.
Don't worry. No, the
MLE
is better used. The MLE is better used at the trade deadline.
Yeah, that'll be the narrative.
They're gonna buy that.
Yeah, and like there wasn't anybody out there that was like a clear upgrade over Thibault or Grant off the bench. I really hope they find something for Grant. It would be a travesty to me if it's like, yeah, we're finally kind of clearing the deck for our young players. Drew might start year 1, but like long term, we at least cleared the deck. Okay, like, fine, whatever. But then if you keep Jeremy Grant, then you start him and bring like Sharp off the bench too, or something, or you know, it just kind of like ruins the whole commitment to the young core that they've had this offseason. So I would want to bring Grant off the bench. People are going to want to start him to showcase him, but it's like, dude, we can't focus all season on showcasing Jeremy Grant when showcasing him last year completely backfired. And it's just like it should not be a priority going into the season to showcase him. So who's left? Nikhil Alexander-Walker and Kennard at this point? Yeah. I'm forgetting some other guys off the top of the head, but chat can
keep in mind you could also trade for someone that makes under $14.1 million. Someone we've talked about in the past, but haven't in the last few days. Corey Kispert does fit into that.
Yeah. Just using his contract as matching salary might be a little tough. I'd kind of rather it be like an expiring.
You know, if the Blazers are going all in on defense, who they should sign?
Who's that?
Ben Simmons.
Oh, God. You know what? He wouldn't be a bad minimum depth signing to provide some depth at like center and point guard.
Yeah.
Like, we kind of need a third-string point guard, and, like, also maybe somebody that can play center that has a little more experience if Young's not ready and Williams gets hurt. Like, more than that, not a fan of, but like for a third string at both those positions, that would be a good move. But Elizabeth Allen says he has multiple suitors for contenders, is the rumor this morning. Yeah, so I mean, it's probably not likely you'd want to come here and play that role, but if you were the Lakers, would you want Grant, Ruiz, cheaper, better, and younger? Yeah, I would not. I would not.
I mean, you missed this because you weren't here earlier, Kanan, but they kind of have to do what LeBron wants sometimes. If LeBron thinks having Grant's better.
Yeah. Joe trades Denny. I'm going to need a mental hospital. Don't worry about Joe trading Denny. That is kind of no offense, but that's a silly thing to worry about.
Yeah.
Just worry about him, like, signing somebody in free agency for once. That is a more reasonable thing to worry about.
AJ, shut up, man. Respectfully. Only say that because I know AJ.
Atlanta and Minnesota are in active conversations on a sign-in trade for Nickeil Alexander-Walker, sources say. What would a sign-in trade look like? Luka Garza to the Boston Celtics. Luka Garza.
Your guy.
They get their Cornette replacement, their fan favorite replacement. They're like, we lost Cornette, we need a fan favorite. We need a big that fans love. Let's get Luka Garza.
I wonder if they'll use Detroit signing LeVert and just somehow maybe Minnesota just uses that to save money, or maybe they get some seconds or something.
Yeah, like they can offer Atlanta can offer a little more, and then they reward Minnesota, who is going to lose them anyway. And yeah, they use LeVert as the offsetting money. They just have to get Detroit to agree to help them. Why would Detroit agree to help them?
I don't know.
Because they could be competing, right? Like,
it does. I don't know.
You'd have to reward Detroit enough. It's kind of like, I don't know. If I was Detroit, it's like we could be battling for the 4th seed in the East next year. I'm not going to help you.
Yeah.
Houston, Atlanta, Minnesota 3-way. I mean, but that's the thing is Capella's contract's like $7 million, so you could sign Nickeil Alexander-Walker to like $14 million. It's like the same amount as the MLE, so unless they have plans to use the MLE otherwise, and that's why they're signing and trading for him, I don't really see the point. And the thing is like renouncing all cap holds, the Hawks have like $10 million of cap space. But they'll probably just operate like a team over the cap. Which, if they sign and trade, Capella for him, they would function as a team that is not using cap space. I wish I had a standing desk. It would be fun to stand up and stream. Where'd Eric go? His computer was like lagging, so don't really know. Don't really know. All right, let me pull back up the chat at least. 4 years, $62 million deal. Nickeil Alexander-Walker signs with the Atlanta Hawks, which is the full mid-level exception amount. It doesn't really seem like it's a sign-and trade. Because that is the full mid-level exception amount. Atlanta operating as a team that's over the cap. So yeah, they had $10 million of cap space, would have gotten an $8 million exception. Instead, they used their $14 million MLE, and I believe they have a biannual exception worth $5 million that they could tack on. But they're kind of set at the center position with Porzingis and Okongwu. Maybe those two guys can play together a little bit. They just drafted Mason Newell. They needed a wing off the bench. They also kind of need a backup guard. So with that biannual exception, maybe they could be in play for like a Malcolm Brogdon or just a backup guard. For those of you who care, the salary cap rose the maximum amount it could rise, which is 10% year over year. It rose to, which was to be expected, it rose to $154 million and some change. That is the salary cap line. So it went up about $15 million, like $15 million. Oh, I have to refresh this. So Atlanta gets Alexander Walker, cap casualty for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Looking at Minnesota, they were only $3.4 million below the second apron. They don't want to be in the second apron. They do not want to be in the second apron. The funny thing about their draft, they did get two backup big men, Jean Beringer and Rocco Zikarsky, two young high upside big men that aren't going to be ready to play, but presumably long-term Rudy Gobert replacements. I think they're hoping that one of the two will pan out to be able to replace some of Gobert's production. Maybe it's off the bench. Maybe they start Naz Reid long-term. But after their conference finals run, they re-signed Julius Randle, let Nickeil Alexander-Walker walk in free agency. And he goes to the Hawks. It looks like the sign and trade tweet from Jake Fisher is, I don't know, maybe it is true. Like, they could still be discussing a sign and trade if Minnesota wants something back and it makes sense for Atlanta. Just Atlanta doesn't need to sign and trade for him to sign him to this contract. Eric's computer froze, so hopefully he'll be back soon. That would be great. There we go. Welcome back to the live stream.
Thanks. What I miss?
Nickeil Alexander-Walker signed.
With Atlanta?
Yep. Full mid-level exception, 4 years.
Nice. It's a move for the Hawks.
Yep. Now I think at this point they just need a backup guard and the rotation's good. Maybe they believe Kobe Buffkin can finally be healthy. I don't know, but It'd be good for them to get an insurance policy. I assume they have the biannual exception. I don't believe they used it last year.
I had to restart my computer. It just like completely froze on me.
Yeah, you were lagging and stuff. That Jake Fisher report of Eric being traded, I guess, was incorrect. Yep. Nope, he's still here. Hawk star Trae Young was very vocal and active in recruiting Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Atlanta. Sources tell me, this is from Chris Haynes, he was heavily involved in the process to lure one of the top wing free agents on the market.
Hurts Minnesota a little bit too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they knew they were going to lose out on him, though. I think Terrence Shannon Jr. is going to get those minutes, and I think they might actually be
true.
Fine. I like myself some Terrence Shannon Jr., man. Timberwolves are getting a future second-round pick and cash considerations. What's the point for Atlanta? What's the point for Atlanta? I don't understand. Do you understand?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
Do they have a big TPE? I believe they do. The John Collins traded player exception.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Okay, that makes sense. So they still have the full level exception. They still have room to use it under the first apron.
And if Jim Halpert told us that the trade was happening, we gotta believe him, right?
$43 million under the luxury tax. So they're like 29 mil under. So they have room for the full level exception. I just figured with it being like exactly the amount for a 4-year full MLE, like it seemed like that's what it was. But yeah, they have a $25 million traded player exception that they'll just absorb his money into in a sign-in trade. So good job, Atlanta. Atlanta and Denver and Memphis are ruling the day today. I mean, Atlanta's only made one move, but they have room for another. But why wouldn't they just use the MLE? Because using the trade player exception means that they don't use the MLE, which means they still have it. Would Minnesota be interested in Jeremy? They do not want to pay Jeremy.
The question you always got to think about what the team's financial situation is. Minnesota's trying to save money, not add a horrible contract.
Yep. Would you like John Collins on the Blazers? No, not really. JG is here to stay, folks. Sorry. I mean, I kind of assume so. They just better bring him off the bench next year, man. What's funny is, like, everybody's like, Jeremy has to go. Out of Ant and Ayton, it's like, Jeremy has to be the one to go. And I've always said, like, he's going to be the hardest one to trade. And Ayton's gone, and Simons is gone, and Jeremy still here. Still here. God, I just want to see some Blazer news today, man. We never get it on these streams. We never do.
If only Dame didn't force Cronin to sign Jeremy Grant to that contract.
Freaking Dame, man. It's all Dame's fault. Cleveland 2027 second. Pretty meaningless. Hard to buy out. Jeremy's contract. Yeah, no, it's not a buyout. Ayton was fine because it's a 1-year buyout. So that was fine. Jeremy's 3 years. Like, makes no sense. The Hawks TP was set to expire on July 7th. Yes. So, Tori, you were clear you hated Ayton. What does it say if Luka and LeBron feel they can win with him? I mean, he's a good lob target for Luka if he rolls hard. Like,
he's better than Jackson Hayes.
He's better than Jackson Hayes. Like, doesn't really say a whole lot. I miss the Dame era so much on days like this. Yeah, but the Dame era on days like this was like, man, another guy that we couldn't get. Another guy that we couldn't get. We missed out on Paul Millsap and Christian Wood, man. We can't even get those guys.
Kevin Knox was a trade.
Yeah, Kevin Knox was trade deadline. I mean, on the free agency stream. GP2 was like the last time we got news, but we weren't even live because they took like all day to make it happen. Then we finally stopped streaming like 9.5 hours in, and then they signed him like 10 minutes later.
I had gone to McDonald's to get food and came back to.
The thing that sucks is like I wouldn't have to go anywhere to get food, but I am here alone. I am here alone today, so. I don't think Aldridge or CJ will have their jerseys retired. Probably not. Maybe, but it just seems like if you retire those guys' jerseys, you're going to struggle to have jerseys in like 40 years. You're going to have players wearing like 71. What's the perfect ideal situation that could happen for us today? The Lakers trade for Jeremy Grant because they, Tyus Jones to the Orlando Magic. 1 year, $7 million deal. They're cooking. They got Jace Richardson, Desmond Bane, Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones is a great fit there. Can run the offense, but like good shooter off ball. They have defenders. Turn the ball over. Doesn't turn the ball over. He is perfect for them. He is perfect for them as like their third guard. Don't have to rely too much on Jace Richardson, but like Jace Richardson long term is a really good fit. The Magic, I think are you could say they may be overpaid for Bane, but in terms of like becoming a potential contender next year, they are definitely winners this offseason. So this is for part of the full mid-level exception. This is for half of it, basically. They had $9 million under the luxury tax, so they're still under the luxury tax right now. We'll see if they resign any of their free agents like Mo Wagner's out there. This does put 12 players under contract, so it'd be interesting to see how they maneuver with the luxury tax being where it is. Actually, they have 13 players under contract if you count for Noah Penda.
Who's their other draft pick?
Jace Richardson. They got Jace Richardson at 25, Noah Penda at 32, which I thought Penda... I wasn't a big fan of the fit, given what they need with the Penda pick, but I guess just value, like, especially because you got Jace, you got Desmond Bane, you got Tyus Jones now, like, you're kind of set at a lot of positions. I think Rayno could have made a lot of sense for them. That's who I would have taken, but, like, value-wise for Penda, it's fine. It's just, like, one of him or Tristan da Silva is just not going to be there long-term. It seems like, you know, one of them will be in that role and one of them won't.
Yeah.
So we'll see who like wins out.
Jonathan Evers just forget that Cleveland and New York exist?
Yeah, Cleveland and New York, man. I think Cleveland, New York, Orlando, Philly, Detroit, Atlanta is the top 6 in the East next year. It's weird, like, not including the Pacers, who are 1 win away from a championship, and the Celtics and the Bucks.
Yeah.
The East is going to be insane next year. I think, like, just injuries with, like, Philly or whatever other teams get injured and how, like, some of those teams play without their best players is just, like, the storyline for sure in the Eastern Conference next year. I feel like we're forgetting somebody, too. I mean, Toronto has some pieces. Maybe they take a step forward next year. There's just not much top-end talent in terms of teams there. Like, Jake Fisher might be right about the Blazers. Yeah, he might be right. He might be wrong. We don't know. We don't know.
I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. Would it surprise anyone if that was the narrative to once again kick the can down the road, to do what they always do and just say, oh, yeah, this is a valuable piece we could use all season in a trade, and then to not use it at the trade deadline, and then to say, well, we valued flexibility this summer, didn't want to take on a contract, and then go into next offseason, saying the same crap. I mean, it's definitely possible.
Remember when Joe Cronin had those comments about winning free agent battles? I mean, I guess he's not losing free agent battles. You can't lose a battle that you don't participate in. Right? But yeah, I mean, like, trade targets, I don't even know, like, free agent targets who even makes sense anymore. Because, like, Alexander Walker's off the board. LaRavia's off the board. Bruce Brown's off the board. Like, I'd almost be scared to see who they would sign to an MLE at this point. You know? I would almost be worried about it. Remember when Joe Cronin traded Nikhil Alexander-Walker for no Keeley's Joe Ingles? Yes, I do remember. I do remember. Good times. Kennard, I mean,
We got his bird rights though.
yeah, Ingles, yeah.
Yeah.
Exum, I mean, Exum shot a great 3-ball the last couple of years. I just don't know, like, how much I trust it. He was never known as a shooter.
Also,
What'd you say?
I don't trust it. Also, injury issues.
Yeah. Duncan Robinson. I'd be fine with Duncan Robinson, man. Like, he is the exact shooter they need. And then, like, took a playmaking jump last year. Why did he decline his player option? That's the question with Duncan Robinson. If he doesn't get a long-term deal from the Heat, I'd be surprised. Because otherwise, why would he decline his player option? I wouldn't want to give him more than 3 years. I don't know if he's worth an MLE, though. I mean, he's just a premium shooter, movement shooter, like, would bring that element to the Blazers' offense in a way that they haven't had. Movement shooter as well. He's just like an off-ball weapon that if you're trying to bring more flow to the offense, just the way he can shoot off the move is really valuable. Career 39.7% three-point shooter, 39% last year on 6.5 attempts per game in 24 minutes. Like, he shoots on volume. Anyway. Shout out to Truth Speak 503 with $2 donation. Says, who would you consider replacing Cronin with? I mean, he just got an extension, so thank you for the donation. He just got an extension, so I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know. I don't know GM names like all that well either, so it's like tough to say. Rest in peace is Michael Porter trash can. No, he's still a trash can. He's just a Brooklyn trash can now. So
I can't say it.
Masai Ujiri, why?
Well, maybe a new owner changes this equation, but I'll say the same thing I said when people were saying we should get Dan Hurley as our coach. The Blazers are never going to pay what that takes to bring in a hammer GM or a hammer coach. It's just not going to happen.
Also, I think Ujiri is a bit overrated, man.
I agree.
I did not like him taking Colin Murray Boyles at 9.
Why did they let him do the draft full of Kevin Pritchard?
I don't know, dude. It's really weird. It's really, really weird.
They could have been sitting there with New Orleans / Milwaukee's unprotected first. What's up, Peter? How you doing?
What's up, Peter? How you doing, Peter? How late y'all streaming? Probably, I don't know. Depends. Like, if there's nothing for an hour, like maybe 7, 8. Normally we stream till like 9 or 10 though, but it just depends on the news. Anyway. I'll be back.
All right.
I'll be back.
What's up, chat? How's the vibe? Morale check? Just like always, just watching the can get kicked down the road for now. Hoping that at some point gets picked up, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's the 4th straight year with the pretty uneventful free agency for Portland outside of, re-signing their own guys. And then I guess tomorrow morning last year will be when Dame officially requested out. Watching Love Island tonight. I don't watch Love Island. Tori might be. No, I don't need to go to the bathroom. I can't force it. It has to be organic. Will there be a press conference tonight or tomorrow? Or what, Brady? Hey from Sydney, what's up, Macabenta? No, it's usually only a press conference if something actually happens. There wouldn't be one to announce that I was doing nothing or did nothing, and this is why. Norman says he watched us while he lived in Puerto Rico. That's cool. Fun P has no AC. Hate to be you. Bucks Twitter wants to swoop in and get Aiton. Yeah. Do you want to keep or trade Robert Williams III? I'm kind of indifferent about it. I think he's fine if he's on the team. If we end up getting a second or something for him, I'm fine trading him too. Benny asked, what are your top 2 or 3 signings you'd like to see with available cap space? I just want him to get a shooter. I don't really care who it is, or I just think they need a little bit of shooting. The Suns signed who?
So when I was gone, I missed Nigel Hayes finally making it to the league.
What? Like 8 years later? What the heck?
Wisconsin
like an
legend
actual
Nigel
contract?
Hayes, a fully guaranteed contract with the Phoenix Suns, Eric. The Phoenix Suns. That's Wisconsin Nigel Hayes.
Is Ishbia just like remembering him from
From 8 years ago, because Big Ten, Wisconsin versus Michigan State.
How old is Nigel Hayes?
I don't know. Who's Nigel Hayes? If you paid attention to college basketball like 8 years ago, you would know he was like a legend at Wisconsin for like 5 years. Like, he was one of those guys that felt like he was in college for 10 years. Are they going to sign like Perry Ellis to a 2-way contract now?
Dude is 30.
Yeah, that's crazy. Who in the blue hell is that? If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Like, that's crazy. Nigel Hayes finally in the league.
He was like, I'm trying to think of someone to compare him to. Like a Lance Stevenson type at Wisconsin? I don't know.
A Lance Stevenson type. What do you mean? I don't understand.
I'm just trying to like think of someone he plays like. I don't know.
Oh, play style. I was thinking in terms of like how much of a legend he was in college. Just like, I can't even remember where Lance went to college. Yeah, play style, I don't really know. Like, he probably plays completely different now. He's been good overseas.
Yeah.
It's just weird that it's Nigel Hayes Davis now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because, yeah, he's always known as Nigel Hayes. Good for him.
Is Caleb Love's game similar to Gary Trent Jr.'s? No, not at all.
No.
Trent can actually shoot.
Brandon Williams. A bigger Brandon Williams. Yeah, so that, like, you know that Wisconsin national championship team with Frank Kaminsky that lost to Tyus Jones and Duke? Nigel Hayes was on that team.
I didn't mean off the court with Lance. I was talking about like not really a great shooter, but kind of does a lot of things okay.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of like Yabusele coming over finally.
Or back.
Was Yabusele in the league before? I thought.
Yeah, he was on Boston for several years.
Oh, coming back.
Boston,
Yeah.
yeah, Boston drafted him in the first round, and
Yeah, I just
he's
thought
on
he
Boston.
never came over. Maybe I'm mixing him up with Lasort because Lasort never came over.
Matthias.
Yeah. I think Lasort was a Boston pick as well, if I recall correctly. I'm not sure. No, he wasn't. He was drafted 50th overall. Huh. I don't know why I'm mixing him up then. And he was drafted by Philly, so I don't know. Kind of nuts we value Murray over Walker. Well, Walker became a free agent. Murray is not a free agent, so.
Yeah.
Phoenix Suns and franchise player Devin Booker in talks on a contract extension. Booker is eligible for a 2-year, $150 million max extension. That's such an insane extension. $75 million per year. It'd take place like a couple years from now when the cap's going to go up even more. But yeah,
Get that bag.
that's such a bag, man. I should have been an NBA player.
If only coach would have put you in more.
The things I would do for that bag, man. Anyway. How about Trey Mann? Charlotte let him walk because of Sexton. I mean, we don't need a fourth guard that like makes the MLE. Like we could use a fourth guard that's a minimum, but not like I'm not a fan of paying somebody that probably shouldn't play. When do we start doing shots on stream? We'd be in next season. We're not doing that. We're not doing that until next season. We're chilling till then. Money, the root of all evil? Eh. Money does good things in the world, too. Will Barry or Banton resign for a minimum? We have to fill a roster. So it's possible, but...
As long as they're free agents.
Yeah, with the Blazers, I just... Sorry, go ahead.
We got to keep it kid friendly, Demondy. It's so funny to see the different perspectives. I mean, this is like a chill stream, just waiting for stuff to happen. There's nothing to react to. There's nothing to curse about. But when we do curse, then it's like you guys are just negative about everything. Not from you, Demondy, but
yeah. I think with the way the Blazers are at, man, it's just I don't trust them to actually use the MLE at the deadline to make in a way that makes sense for this team. Like, find a way to use it now, even if it's a 1-year contract where you maybe overpay a player for a year. It's fine. You can use that money as salary matching money in a trade at the deadline. And if you keep them, like, they just expire next year, so it doesn't hurt you for following years. And it helps justify the Ayton buyout. I still think it's crazy that Ayton gave up $10 million.
yeah.
I don't even think Cronin would like ever approach him like, "Hey, you want to take a buyout and give up $10 million?" Like, he definitely wanted out of here. Samuel Larson says, you guys run a channel that is critical of some decisions, but also supportive of others. People don't understand the context or nuance of your decision making. Yep, 100%. I'm glad you get it. It's never just criticism for the hell of it. Like, I get excited about some moves. I tell you why. Like, I get frustrated with some moves. I tell you exactly why. Like for other people, it's just when they focus on you're being negative again, you're always negative. It's like, okay, you can't even argue my argument. You're just arguing that I have an argument. Like whatever. So, glad you appreciate it. Do we just get that 10 mil discounted, or is it the 10 mil plus whatever another team pays them in salary? Assuming it's a 1-year deal, we'd save like another $400,000 in salary, I believe, is what the formula is. So it's not really anything meaningful. Hey guys, just hop back on the stream. Have the Blazers done anything yet? Nope.
You think like people who think we're negative just think we're on stream just raging for like 3 hours at this point? Like, what have we just been?
Yeah, just to pass the time. If your team makes questionable moves on the regular, yeah, that's the thing. Is anybody that just praises everything this organization does is not to be taken seriously, in my opinion, because it's not objective. I understand wanting to hear nice things about your favorite team, but can you guys play each other in 2K to pass the time? Nope. I don't think Eric has 2K, and I don't like playing the gameplay at 2K. So.
Guess what, Corey?
What?
Guess what?
What you do?
I have 2K.
Well, it's not like I can even screen capture it, so.
No, I know. It was the free PS Plus game last month. So
people on Reddit think you guys basically just scream the whole time. They probably think you guys had a screaming match over signing Caleb Love to a 2-way. I mean, yeah, those haters on Reddit are completely ridiculous, man. Yeah, I mean, Reddit is kind of an echo chamber where if you so much as question the front office on the most basic thing and most reasonable thing, they will downvote you into oblivion. And basically they're the same people that come and chat and talk a bunch of crap and are just super rude and assholes, and then go on Reddit complaining about how we ban them for nothing, and you know, they're rude back, like that sort of energy. So it's what Reddit is. That's why I make so many Reddit jokes, man. It's yeah, as you say, Taylor, it's a very toxic positivity type of environment. Yeah, I hate toxic positivity because it's toxic. It's not positive. Like toxic positivity is the worst. So will you talk about the Portland WNBA team too? Maybe a little bit during the summer for sure. But yeah, like that's the thing is, even if you don't agree with us, I hope our conversations and our topics, like in the way we talk about things, makes you think. I'd rather have somebody disagree with us and put a lot of thought into their opinion and explain why than somebody who like agrees with us just to agree with us. You know, I respect a difference of opinion if there's substance and it's not about like, I disagree with you. You're always so negative. You hate everything. I hate that. So, yeah. But it's always going to be that way. There's always going to be that crowd. I've come to accept that.
you like this, Tori?
What?
Earlier, someone on Twitter referring to me said him and his little sidekick Toad are little tiny wawas.
That sounds like somebody that's never gone outside before.
Yeah.
What are we doing, bro?
And another person said that I freaked out once because this other person was excited for a Blazer season. Sounds legit.
Yeah. Yep, sounds legit. I had somebody leave comments on the last stream like, you guys never break anything. You don't know any more than anybody watching because you never break anything and blah, blah, blah. It's like, who locally breaks anything, man? Like, we at least break down the cap implications, the CBA, like what's possible, what's out there, basketball fit. Like, we go into those nuances, etc. Like, that's our channel. So I responded, and he's like, you should refund all the money you stole that people donated. Like, all right, bro. He's just so stupid. He's just so dumb. That's the internet for you, especially nowadays. That's how it goes.
Yeah, totally.
Anyway.
Sure, Anthony, but he never would.
No. We don't really care about doing guest stuff, really. It's our channel. Like, we like just giving our opinions. We keep it simple. Anyway, we got a lull here that was interrupted by Nigel Hayes, of all people. Nigel Hayes. We had
Did
Nikhil
not
Alexander.
have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, we had Tyus Jones sign with the Magic. How long ago was this? 30 minutes ago. This is the thing that kind of sucks about the NBA sometimes is like MLB and NFL, there's just a lot more roster spots, a lot more positions, a lot more players. And in the NBA, it's a lot less.
But I mean, up until this year, it was always crazy.
Yeah. That's why we need more teams, Eric. We need expansion. We need Seattle. We need Las Vegas. Still surprised about Brook Lopez going to the Clippers. Still surprised about Luke Cornett getting the bag he did from the San Antonio Spurs.
Is the Bucks blowing it up? No. They just re-signed Bobby Portis yesterday. If by community event you mean like meetups and stuff, we've hosted several of those.
Lopez is such an underrated piece. It's going to be tough to be successful without him. I mean, yeah, the Bucks are definitely going to be much worse next year. I don't think they're going to be a top 6 team. I think they basically just try and get to the play-in, play their way into the playoffs, until Dame comes back. I mean, there's really nothing else they can do at this point. They are in a terrible position without a way after it. Or without a way out of it is what I meant to say. Did I say after it? Yeah. I think the Bucks are trying to position themselves to be competitive a year from now when Dame comes back. Yeah, I mean, the problem is how do you fill out the rest of the roster to be more competitive than before Dame got hurt? Because it wasn't like they were particularly great before Dame got hurt.
So you go after DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, what if that's the play?
Brook, Portis too, but felt like those two in particular cost the Bucks as many games as they helped them win too. Like those guys weren't that good last year.
I'll be back.
They need dominating, says the works, Joe. Jonathan says they're not going after DeAndre Ayton. They're going after contract year DeAndre Ayton. Why did we buy out DeAndre Ayton in a contract year? Holiday would be really good next to Dame. Yeah. Never going to see it, though. if I'm allowed to make one free agency signing for the Blazers, who are you taking? I don't really like any free agents right now. I don't know. I would sign the best shooter possible to a minimum and not do anything else, but I wouldn't be in the position they're currently in either, so what do I know? I'll try to find someone. Also, yeah, I'd be looking to make a trade maybe over signing someone because we can use that mid-level exception as a trade piece instead.
I had to get a comfier chair.
Sounds like the mic's different. Maybe not.
No. No, we're good. We're good. I have some furniture I could put together. IKEA furniture. It's like actually a piece that'll go here, like on this wall. Display looking thing. Finally doing something with my backdrop for once. About time. Yeah. You know what a Blazer move would be? Biannual exception on bringing Gary Trent Jr. back.
Did you miss that whole conversation in chat at the beginning of the stream?
Maybe. Probably. I don't know. What was the conversation?
Just about bringing him back.
Yeah, I missed that conversation.
We could bring back several ex-Blazers. Patty Mills.
Yeah.
Larry Nance Jr.
Who'd you say?
Larry Nance Jr.
Larry Nance Jr. Yeah, we need another center. We messed up in getting rid of 8, and we really should have 5 centers. Gary Trent Jr. wouldn't be bad, honestly. Yeah, I mean, like, he can play some 3, I guess, and shoot. So it's a move. But do we have a chance on Grimes? No.
He's restricted, so if we offered him a mid-level exception, we would just match it.
Yeah, no reason. Trade for Kritschke. Honestly, if you really wanted to just buy low on a cheap shooter at the 3, that's a guy. Like, maybe you wouldn't play him more than situationally, but... And he's foreign, Eric. You know, we have a bunch of players from different countries, so... He's from Czech Republic, I think. Last year shot 44% from 3, 7 points, 2.5 boards, 2.5 assists in 20 minutes a game. Per 36, that's 13, 5, and 4.5 dimes. So he can pass a little bit. Career 39% 3-point shooter. He's listed at 6'8". That's a guy if the Blazers just wanted to keep things chill and not do much, like that's a guy I would like. Luke Kennard, $11 million deal with the Atlanta Hawks.
Signing for them.
That's their backup guard.
They're making stuff happen.
They really are, man. That is their backup guard. I said they needed a backup guard. They keep the mid-level exception by signing trading for Nickeil Alexander-Walker into one of their trade exceptions. And then they sign Luke Kennard. Man, it would be fun to be a Hawks fan right now. You get Porzingis, you get Nickeil Alexander-Walker, you get Luke Kennard. You get the Bucks, the best pick between Milwaukee and New Orleans next year.
Yeah.
They're cooking. They are the...
Could be something, too.
Yeah, they're the winner of the offseason. They are the winner of the offseason. In an open East next year as well? That's crazy. That's crazy. They are the winning team of the offseason for sure. Cronin moves so slow. Yeah, if Cronin was the Hawks, would he be signing guys right now if he was the Hawks GM? Would he be making these signings? What even are our moves? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
We're going to overpay for Landry Shamet, aren't we?
that is such a Blazery move. And then people like convince themselves that it's a great signing.
We're gonna give him like $440. He's already one of those guys. Like, how does he get the contracts he keeps getting?
Yeah. I'll just say, all right, if we sign Landry Shamet to a 4-year, $40 million deal. Why is this full screen? What the hell? I will be mad. And you should not say I just complain about everything if I'm mad about that. Everybody should be mad about that because that is disgusting. No 4-year, $40 million Landry Shamet contract. See, this is the thing. I feel like I have to preface so much stuff. Like, why do I have to preface this, you know? Yeah. Like, no thank you. Follow us on TikTok. Link in the chat. We're also getting close to 12 subs, so hit the subscribe button.
A colleague at work found out about this channel.
Oh, yeah?
From a TikTok, I think.
From a TikTok? That's funny. That's funny. I assume it was a TikTok involving you, and they were like, whoa?
Yeah. Or it was both of us, I think, reacting to the draft or something. Did you say someone posted our draft reaction or something?
Yeah. Or no, it was the Drew Holiday trade reaction.
Oh, okay. Probably
yeah.
That.
Tori does speak things and it happens creepily. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize for Landry Shamet.
I mean, I said it. That was my fault.
True. God, we are going to sign Landry Shamet. Probably for a minimum, let's be real. But we probably are going to sign Landry Shamet. I should order the jersey now.
I guarantee you if we sign him, it'll be for more than the minimum.
It'll be for the biannual. Yeah.
No, it'll be for the full MLE almost.
No,
or like at least $10 million.
No. They wouldn't be that dumb. They wouldn't be that dumb. They would not be that dumb.
They wouldn't.
No. No. God, I'm just hearing narratives in my head. Like, what did he shoot?
He shot 40%.
He shot 40% from 3 last year. This team needs more shooting. Why do you complain about everything?
He's better than Anthony. Someone suggested trading for Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal. in chat a few minutes ago. Grayson makes too much. I guess we could trade Thibault or Robble out for him, but he doesn't fit into our attack or our full level exception. Royce O'Neal does, but the problem with both of those guys, they have 3 years left on their contracts, and from what was told about the DeAndre Ayton buyout, with multiple teams interested in a trade, all those involved taking back some sort of contracts for multiple years. So, yeah.
I mean, Grayson Allen would give the Blazers the shooter they need. Like,
yeah.
We're 41% three-point shooter. He's just a little undersized for three, so...
Yeah, I know, Damani. I wasn't saying I would do that. I was responding to someone saying.
Maybe I just turn on ESPN, and then if Shams comes up, I play it. Maybe that's a move. I need to order food. I have not eaten all day.
Eyeball for Grayson, straight up, would you do it? I think I'd value just letting Thibault and Robbo walk over that next year. What are you ordering?
I don't know. Is Tori rich low-key? How can bro afford DoorDash? What do you mean? You don't have to be rich to afford DoorDash. What? I am not rich. I'm just broke. Yes, there's an area in between completely broke and rich, and I'm in the middle. I am in that area where I can order DoorDash, but I'm not rich. I don't need to pretend like I'm rich either. Let's see. Oh, the college basketball video game coming back is exciting, Eric. Yeah. Although it's going to be apparently like 3 years, which is kind of dumb, but that'll be super fun for like rosters and like learning players and that sort of stuff. With NIL being a thing, so. Now that I think about it, Tori must make bread from YouTube. Bro, I guarantee you it's not as much as you think. Tori knows cash considerations very well. Yeah. You can get food on DoorDash for like $20. It's not that bad if he hasn't eaten all day. Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming, so yeah, I'm going to DoorDash. Tori, why don't you buy the Blazers for us? I wish, man. That's my dream. My dream of all dreams. The first press conference with credentialed media as owner would be fun times, man. Panda Express, just like old time. Shout out to you for remembering the Panda Express bit. Portland's hot today. Yeah, this room that I'm in is like front of my house, and it gets super warm or super cold, depending on if I have the vent open. So like I have the AC on, I have the vent open, but I also have the window cracked open to try to regulate. Do the Mariners play today? At 6:40. So in 30 minutes.
Thoughts on Trey Mann joining this group? We talked about that a little earlier. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to pay someone like that to be our fourth guard. Thoughts on Texas State to the Pac-12? Yeah. I mean, it's good to get a Texas school, I guess, but it's still not in a Power 4 conference, and it's yeah.
Miles Turner's still a free agent.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kyle Wilson, $5 donation. Says, we're going to get GTA 6 and EA College Basketball 2028 before Cronin signs a win-now free agent. Blazers equals Mariners. They're just aiming to be mediocre. Thank you for the $5 donation. Yeah, we'll get GTA 6 before Cronin signs a free agent for more than the minimum. The only time he's ever done so was for GP 2 Weeks, who was injured and didn't want to be here and took the money.
And he either knew he was injured or signed him without vetting his physical.
Yeah. Either way, it's bad. So it's like after that, he just gave up. Shout out to the dog. It's not my dog.
It's not mine either. That's coming for your end, just not your dog.
Can we get Malik Beasley cleared in his investigation so that we can sign our shooter?
You want to risk that he'll just drop the ball out of bounds on the last play of the game? Or just stand there while Halliburton cooks him?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who am I going to rant about now that Ayton's gone? I need someone to rant about. Michael Cook, member for 54 months. Shout out to Michael. Says, how high are we on Michael Penix Jr.? Very high. Breakout season coming. He's going to cook. He's going to cook just like I need someone to cook. And then DoorDash bring my food. I still don't know what I'm going to get. Shout out to Norman Sowards. Sowards? How do you say your last name? Let me know so I don't butcher it again. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'd settle for a Chinese friend for Chang about now? I don't know what that means.
Do you mean Young?
For Young? Thank you for the $5 donation. I don't know what it means, but yeah, for Young? I mean, he has Duop Reith. Yeah, that's what he meant. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I was very confused. Yeah, Duop is that guy. They've been cool for a couple years.
Snackin' wants me to do a crumble cookie.
Those are so pricey for no reason. Those are too much. Too pricey, Eric.
They're not that bad. They're delicious.
Well, yeah, maybe not for a rich guy. I've never had it. I always wanted to try. Got a comment that says crumble sucks. Got a comment that says they're incredibly bad for you.
Yeah, it was like 800 calories in one cookie.
That's insane.
Yeah.
We need to get Rocco back. They're pricey because they're 1,000 calories. How much money do you gotta make to afford DoorDash? Like 7 figures.
Why would I do that, AJ?
Yes, Eric will do that if Grant gets traded today.
My wife got crumble cookies instead of a cake for my birthday. They were delicious.
Eric will eat 12 crumble cookies and gain 12 pounds. Whoa, my mic just fell. What the hell? That scared me. Mike, can you not fall on me, please? I would appreciate it. Jeez. Alright, hold on.
No, I haven't, Matt. Double chocolate chunk. All right, something needs to happen.
Yeah, it needs to be my mic not falling on me. At least I'll be able to put the Mariners game on, you know? And enjoy whatever the hell they are this season. Or probably hate it. They're playing the Royals.
So who are the big winners today? The Nuggets and the Hawks?
Nuggets, the Hawks. I think the Tyus signing is really good for the Magic. Houston. Right? Like,
yeah, Houston got DFS and Capella.
I mean, there's like no winners outside of those 4 teams.
I mean, I guess Memphis got Ty Jerome and kept all their guys. So.
Yeah, Memphis. Those are the 5. There we go. Going back to the normal chair. Do we think Grant is going to the Lakers? Probably not. Thank you for the $2 donation, Blazers breakdown. I think Grant is more likely to stay, but I said that about Ayton and Simon, so who knows? Because I apparently don't. Remember when Shale said free agency was going to be the craziest free agency ever? Yeah, he definitely kind of overhyped this offseason. I mean, there's been some crazy trades and whatnot, but baseball D tier, football B tier? Nah, baseball's not D tier. Come on, man.
Jonathan asks if Ayton signs for $10 million, we would consider that team that signs him a winner. Kind of depends on the team, but I don't know. I mean, it's definitely cheaper than getting him on a max contract, but I wouldn't want Ayton on my team. But I guess if I'm the Lakers, that's probably your best option at this point, so I understand it.
Can we get a mukbang? No, I'm not eating on stream. Sorry, apologies.
Why not?
Because I'm not. No thanks.
Kanan says, are you sad, mad, or just disappointed with us not making any more free agent moves? I mean, first of all, nothing's set in stone yet. We still could make a move. But, second of all, I mean, why would we be sad, mad, or disappointed? Like, this is what happens with the Blazers in free agency. We literally do not sign anyone relevant under Cronin, so why would we be mad about that? Did you guys see the Jason Quick article he posted a few minutes ago? No, what was it?
Cam Weave. $10 donation says, for the DoorDash fund. Thanks as always for the great streams. Thank you, Cam. I'll tip my DoorDash driver better just because of that donation. I appreciate you. Shout out to Norman Sowards or Sowards. I don't know if he corrected my pronunciation. Sowards. With a $5 donation says, can we lure a rich billionaire to buy the team, or will it be a financial group? It's a good question. I think pretty much everything nowadays with how crazy the prices are getting for sports franchises is some sort of group. Just depends on like who is the head of the group and who has the most invested and like what that percentage is. We need Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban would be great to have, but not gonna happen, unfortunately. Mike Rice is probably gonna buy the team, yeah, because he has $4 billion lying around. I got 100 to pay for my 290,000th. Or is that 29,000th of a team? Yeah, I mean we can all. Yeah, let me do the math on that. What's 100 times 29,000? That's only 2.9 million. You'd have to chip in like 10,000 for it to be. Probably more than 10,000 for you to get 1/29,000th of the team. It's just insane. Insane. I think free agency is mostly over. I mean, there's still some guys on the market, but yeah, it's not looking like the most active free agency. Trades can still take place though. So, like a potential Beal trade maybe, potential Grant trade, we'll see. No, Elon Musk should not buy the team. No, thank you. Shams is reporting his own reports now. Forgot Beal, I'd be so mad he would bring us down. Not for us. I was just saying in general. Because it was Suns Valley podcast that asked that. Anthony, why are you always asking the weirdest questions, man? You always have some interesting questions. I am not going to talk about my political affiliation on stream. Matt,
There's only one right answer to that.
What are we doing? Mason Plumlee to the Hornets. That's what we were waiting on. There we go. They get their center. They got so Charlotte now has. Yeah, I can put a different graphic up. Charlotte now has Kalkbrenner, Musa Diabate, and Mason Plumlee as their center rotation. They were very busy in the draft, taking 4 players.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. But, I mean, their wing depth. I like their wing depth now.
Yeah.
And then Kalkbrenner is just like a backup big. Is high floor, kind of lower ceiling. But yay, we got a signing. It's Mason Plumlee. Thrilling signing. I was ready to read Portland Trail Blazers. I was ready. Anyway. Mason has quite the career and stays in the league. Yeah, I mean, the Hornets, move on from Nurkic to Plumlee just like the Nuggets did. And the, yeah.
Octane pretty low considering he doesn't have anything to do with sports. Isn't a sports fan.
Yeah. unfortunately.
Hey, Tori.
What's up?
While we're waiting for the next Mason Plumlee-esque signing, can you break down how you feel about your purchase after using it of the Sydney Sweetie bath soap?
What? Oh yeah, very salty. It tasted like salt water mixed with something else, and it's a nice shape. It's a nice shape.
All right. That's cool.
Connor, don't question it. Hey, she's a Pacific Northwest girl, isn't she? So it's all good.
I think she was born in Washington.
Yeah. At least we have the same state. Is this a sponsor? No, but it should be. There's 700 people. Oh, I forgot how many people were watching the stream. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, good. There's only 527.
Tori does not have a chance because Tom Brady's now with that.
Tom Brady's with what?
Sydney Sweetie, apparently.
What? No way.
Yeah.
No way. That's
There ain't no way. No, they were both.
He's like 20 years older than her.
He is 20 years older. That's correct. Yeah.
Damn, Bill Belichick really inspired him.
The rumor is they were both seen in cahoots going around Venice at Bezos' wedding this previous weekend. All right. Thank you, Taylor.
I'm just so heartbroken right now, Anyway. Can you share that with me before you read it? Or do you want to read it just out loud? I guess you can just read it out loud. Taylor, why'd you message that to Eric and not me? I'm insulted.
What do you mean?
I'm insulted.
All right, do you want me to read it or do you want...
Read it.
All right. This is just a clip from the Jason Quick article. It says, see, the Blazers could live with Ayton missing shots or his man scoring on him. They could even live with him being limited by injuries to 55 and 40 games in his 2 seasons in Portland. But in the end, they couldn't live with his bad ways, the tardiness to team flights and practices, according to a team source, the skipping of rehabilitation appointments. Fans saw him slam chairs when he was taken out of games. And a team source said there were tantrums in the locker room when he was sidelined for poor effort.
Torian Prince back to the Milwaukee Bucks. Yeah, I mean, that's DeAndre Ayton. That's why I don't like DeAndre Ayton. Last season, Quick had an article talking about some of that stuff, and people were just like, he's a liar. He's just a hater, blah, blah, blah. But I literally, heard about this stuff a month before he ever reported it. A month before it even became public, I heard about this stuff. I even, alluded to it on stream. I think I talked a little bit, I talked about it as much as I could on stream. And a month later, here comes a Quick report, and it's exactly what I was saying. This is the problems that Ayton has, and people were in the honeymoon phase with Ayton and just wanted to believe he was a good pickup and was going to be the future center of this team. And with that bias comes denial of reality. And the reality is he has legitimate problems. And I mean, even Kendrick Perkins was talking about it on Sports Center, and Perkins says some wild stuff like that I don't agree with, but these are the things.
So you're going to agree with this one?
Yeah, I mean he's echoing. He was echoing the problems that Ayton causes. Like he's not the best locker room guy or vet for a young team. And this is where it's like you're going all in on a defensive identity. You're going all in on like high character guys that'll work hard, play hard, that sort of stuff. Moving off of Ayton helps you advance in both those ways. It's addition by subtraction. I fully believe that. Toria's source is plugged in. Here's the thing with like information, guys. It's not like, oh, you have a source or you don't. Like you just talk to people and you find out some things, and sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. Like, I talk to enough people to get something here or there. I'm not, like, plugged in with sources or, like, able to report anything. But you do hear stuff. And it's like, when I hear stuff, I'll allude to it and, like, okay, maybe even bring it up. But it's always take what I say with a grain of salt. Because I take what I hear with a grain of salt. So, also, and that was one of those things where it's like I heard about that, and okay, I took it with a grain of salt. But when Jason Quick starts reporting the exact same like details I hear, it becomes very obvious. Like, okay, yeah, this is definitely legit.
With that particular one, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you heard from someone who witnessed one of these tantrums or something.
I also heard an audio clip from training camp that was never made public.
Yeah,
like of the way he was acting during an interview, where you could just tell. So yeah, that's the type of guy he is.
I mean, this wasn't like the Blazers are interested in trading for this player. This is I've witnessed him acting this way before,
Yeah, like it was an audio clip from an interview that he had that like never went public because of the way he was acting. Yeah. But like 2 years later I could talk about it, but like back then it's like I can't share that stuff, like was told not to share that stuff, I'm not going to share that stuff. But then people were like, why don't you like Ayton? Why don't you like Ayton? I mean, he's not really a likable guy. Yeah, I mean, the three vets, like Ayton, Grant, both at times have been unhappy. Like Grant this past season, like you could tell by his exit interview. Anthony Simons, I don't think was as unhappy with like being in Portland. I think he put a lot of pressure on himself to really perform last season and really struggled with how much pressure he's placing upon himself. And then he missed those games, came back, started playing a little better. Like it was a little different with Ant, but the Blazers are seemingly like getting rid of the guys that had a problem with being there. That's why it's like the Grant stuff is just fascinating. I don't know what they do. But it's like if their whole thing is just to get rid of these guys, like he's a guy to get rid of. I just don't know how they do it.
Ayton did not carry Phoenix to a finals. Come on, Funky.
That's wild. That's a wild statement. No.
I'm fine. Thanks, Connor.
I'm so glad he's gone. I'm so glad he's gone. I'm so glad we don't have to put up with it next year, Eric. I really am.
All right, he sent me another part.
All right.
Did I read it?
Yeah.
All right. So once again, this is from Jason Quick's article a few minutes ago on DeAndre Ayton. And this part says, when the Blazers traded for Ayton, not everyone in the organization was on board. Some questioned his maturity. When Ayton arrived, he envisioned himself as the cornerstone, the big fish, and he acted like it. He was carefree and loud, often blurting out songs or offhand comments in the locker room. While some reporters laughed, there were times when veterans at their lockers rolled their eyes.
Yep. I would too. Is there more to that?
Around the corner from the locker room is Billups' office. That quote from Brown is positioned on the wall, so it's the first thing you see when you walk through the door.
What's the quote from Brown?
I don't know. That part's not part of what Taylor sent me, so don't have the context for that. Billups never worried about Ayton because he felt he could coach him up and instill some work ethic, humility, and professionalism into Ayton. Throughout Billups' Hall of Fame playing career, he had tamed other colorful and or loose cannons, Chris Anderson and J.R. Smith in Denver, Rasheed Wallace in Detroit. But now, as the Blazers' rebuild is starting to show signs of promise, it's clear the organization believed Billups couldn't change Ayton. So Portland did what so many teams are reluctant to do. They admitted a mistake and cut ties.
Yeah, I mean, being able to admit your mistake and move on is commendable.
Maybe that quote's from Larry Brown.
Yeah, probably. But like, I said, what did I say? They're not gonna just be able to magically fix him. He is who he is. I could have told them that, Eric. I could have told them that.
Yeah, I mean, that's everything the reason why we didn't want to trade for him.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. This is where it's funny when people are like, you don't know anything, you're not paid professionals. Like, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, we've been right in some instances that the team is wrong, and this was one of them. But I commend them for being able to admit they were wrong and move on. Right? But, like, yeah, he is who he is. Like, you weren't going to change him. I mean, it's just like, so Billups had been able to mentor other colorful guys, but I almost wonder if it's like a generation difference. You know what I mean? It's just a different generation. And those guys like worked. Ayton was like just naturally gifted and #1 overall pick. Like,
yeah. The quote was, "You can have bad plays, but not bad ways." I think that perfectly sums it up. Yeah.
That's actually funny because Ayton needs to read that quote every day when he wakes up, because you'd see the way he'd react to things. Like, I don't think he brought good energy to this team. I really don't. And yeah, it's like you look at the way he acted sometimes, and it's like if I was a veteran, I'd roll my eyes too. I mean, do you remember that? Here, I'll actually go into our voice chat. Do you remember, chat? Do you remember this interview?
I just be trying to bust that ass.
You remember that interview?
I just be trying to bust that ass.
Yeah. Sorry if it's not loud enough, but yeah, that interview. That's a soundboard thing in our voice chats in our Discord. That quote, that interview, like the whole dominating, just grew tiresome. It really did. I remember when we traded for Ayton, he looked relieved and said if he felt like he was drafted all over again, why did I have hope in him? I don't know, man. Because you were listening maybe to other people that were saying that he was going to prove why he was the #1 overall pick and he was going to be a star. His initials are DM. Yeah, you know, just drinking all the Kool-Aid. And then we were over here as the Cronin haters that were saying, no, don't just believe that the Blazers are going to automatically fix him and he's just going to automatically grow up and start improving even though he hasn't gotten better in the last 3-4 years. All right? Like, but that's the thing. People that wanted to believe he'd be a star didn't want to hear that, so that's why they don't like us. Well, we're here now. Like, he wanted to come here because he thought he could be like a 25-point-per-game scorer and like be a star here, and couldn't in Phoenix. And he blamed it on Phoenix instead of himself, when it's like he hasn't gotten better in 3-4 years. Like, it's his own work ethic. He has himself to blame for that, but he just blamed the situation. He's the type of guy that'll blame what's around him and not take accountability. And has no humility. So, yeah, I'm very glad that's off the team. I grew tired of dealing that. Probably going to sign Tim Hardaway Jr. That could be a signing. Oh, God. Fun P, you're just yapping, man. You really are just yapping. What does that even mean? You have choir boys or guys who are killers? Ayton is not a killer. What are you talking about? You are just saying stuff to say stuff. The Lakers are desperate for any center that's not a stiff. That doesn't mean that Ayton doesn't have legitimate maturity issues and that these aren't real things. You've always been an Ayton fan, so you want to go down sinking with the boat and screaming that he's, whatever. You're sitting here crying he slammed a chair. I'm not talking about him slamming a chair. If that's what you're getting about this, you are absolutely tripping, my guy, and you can go down sinking with that ship. Because that ship's no longer in Portland for a reason. That ship is no longer in Portland for a reason. And you were the same guy that acted like he was going to be a star center for the Blazers when I told you he wasn't. Who was right about that? It wasn't you, the Ayton fan. It was not you. I told you it was not going to happen here. It was not going to pan out here. And you just wanted to argue with me. Well, now you're talking about him being a Laker. So, what happened? Nobody just buys out a player for $25 million for fun. The Ayton discussion is getting really tiring, not gonna lie. I mean, this is like the last time you're ever gonna hear the Ayton discussion because he's gone now. Like, he just got bought out yesterday. So, you, like, post-game shows next year, you're not gonna have to worry about Ayton discussions. This is basically putting the bow on it.
The Lakers.
Yeah, when we play the Lakers and then he hits like 3 mid-range shots and people start freaking out, then maybe we'll have another Ayton conversation. But other than that, like, he quit on plays, he didn't hustle, like, there's just so many issues. It's not just, oh, he only slammed a chair. Please just quit feeding into people trying to argue and make the show much more watchable. No hate. I mean, what are we supposed to talk about as we wait for sightings? Like, we're gonna talk with chat. For better or worse, we're gonna talk with chat. Like, we're gonna talk about narratives. We're gonna talk about players. We're gonna talk about, like, if there's a basketball game today, we'd spend an hour breaking down all the play and from the game and how each player performed and that sort of stuff. But, like, right now we're just waiting on sightings. There's not much more to talk about. I guess I could commentate the Mariners game.
We had another donation.
Shout out to Woody Woo with the 30. Woody, can you Woody Taiwan dollar donation says, should Blazers sign Banton back? I mean, I guess they could use a third string point guard, but I don't really view Banton as a point guard. I'm not really a big fan of Banton, so they can let him go. For all I care. Thank you for the donation. I was never an Ayton fan. Well, you really sound like an Ayton fan. If you're not an Ayton fan, I don't even want to know what an Ayton fan is. Just getting tired about hearing about Ayton. Well, guess what? You're not going to hear about him much more. Give us a question or something else to talk about. Norman, that is true. Why
Would
is
you be
it there?
happy
That's
if the
funny.
Blazers traded for Bronny? Why would we be happy about that?
Yeah. Taylor, that's right. But that's the thing, is the cronies don't care about what's true and what's not. They just want to hear what they want to hear, and if you don't give them what they want to hear, they will eviscerate you. They will destroy you. Because it's kind of like a cult. Yeah. I'm glad we saved you from that cult, Taylor. I'm glad we steered you in the right direction. Luke Kennard? Question mark. Kennard signed with the Atlanta Hawks. You had the Bucks. The Bucks are just resigning their own guys. They re-signed Taurean Prince. They re-signed Prince is a 2-year, $7 million deal, so like $3.5 million a year. It's basically a minimum. So I assume there's like a second-year player option, I guess. I don't know. Any new thoughts on Young?
It looks like he's going to get to play.
Yeah,
That's
I
cool.
mean that's fun. It's. I just don't know how much his offense really translates to the league. That's my question for him. When is Summer League? July 10th to 20th. The Blazers' first game is July 11th at like 8 p.m. Pacific. So we'll do a watch party for that and all that good stuff.
Clarkson to the Knicks.
Jordan Clarkson intends to sign with the New York Knicks upon clearing waivers, league sources tell Chris Haynes. Yeah, the Jazz bought him out. So he'll be a New York Knick.
What are the trades you would have accepted as a trade to send Denny to a contender? We're not trading Denny. Not that he's untouchable, but like there's really no point. Like we're building a core.
You should give us a trade then if you think there's a trade that makes sense for the Blazers, and we can tell you if we like it or not. Thoughts on getting Amani Bates? He's not an NBA caliber player. He's a two-way guy, so not on a roster.
If we got him on a two-way, it's fine, but yeah.
Just saw an Oregonian post on Blue Sky that one standout game of Malik Beasley's where stuff was fishy was January 31st, 2024 against our Blazers. That was the Dame return game, yeah?
2024?
Yeah, somebody tell me what he shot that game. Fact, Colts are bad. Agreed, except ours. Ours is a good Colt. Damn straight, I'm a bucket, but they write I'm not NBA caliber for modern NBA. What? Trade Jeremy Grant to the Wizards for Corey Kispert in first round pick, lottery protected. Why would the Wizards trade a first round pick for Jeremy Grant? Why would they even trade Corey Kispert straight up for Jeremy Grant? They are going to have a ton of cap space next offseason. Why would they want to eat that up with Jeremy Grant when they're rebuilding? He doesn't fit their timeline. Like, I'm sorry, but that trade makes so little sense. Denny does everything that Luka doesn't, and lots of what he does. I mean, Luka's far better than Denny would. Luka can carry an offense to the finals. Like, we don't even know if Denny can carry an offense to the play-in. I never said he was better. Yeah, I just don't get the comparison. They're just in like different leagues still. Now you're talking about like big playmaker that can score at 3 levels, like sure. But I mean, you could, if you're stretching that from Luka to Denny, you could stretch it probably to Delano Banton. Denny Propaganda is getting out of hand. He's okay. He's much better than okay, but is Denny an all-star next season? I mean, most likely no. I hope so.
I didn't say he was untradeable. It's just I don't see the upside of moving him right now unless you're getting like Cooper Flag or something. You know, like what's the upside of trading him? Miles asks, is this a prove it year for Shaden Sharp? Yeah, because he's not under contract after this year, so it's got to be. Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
We'll see if they sign to an extension. I guess they could still. But.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense though. Put a trade on Discord. Don't torch me too much for Denny, of course. See how bad it is. All right, sure. Did you put it in the trade ideas tab?
He's dropped it in there, so I'm sure he did.
The Blazers get Harrison Barnes. 2026 first between Atlanta or San Antonio. Trendon Watford to the Sixers. T-Watt. 3 firsts and Harrison Barnes in 2 seconds for Denny is not really what the Blazers should be looking to do right now. Especially like that 2029 San Antonio first is probably going to be very late. Like, not a fan. Trendon Watford to the Sixers. Good for Watford, man. He gets more than... Is that more than the minimum? I don't know.
What do you get?
2 years, $5.3 million.
That's pretty close to the minimum, I think.
Yeah. That's a good little cheap flyer.
Yeah.
Respect to Watford because he still has been able to stay in the league. Yeah, we'll see if Jabari Walker can stay in the league.
Michael Crow asks, how would you feel about Yabusele on the biannual? He's like a power forward stuck in a center stuck in a power forward body.
I mean, he shot 38% from 3. You can space at least, but
yeah, just as long as we have Grant, we don't have a need for a power forward / center.
Yep. Anyway, while we wait for more action here, make sure you join our Discord. Link in the description box below. We're trying to get to 1,000 members. We're at like 900, so you can talk about Blazer games in there. You can see the stuff that went down in our mock off season, all the signings, trades, draft picks, etc. It's always interesting to look back on that. So make sure you join our Discord.
Why does Discord have to be for younger whippersnappers?
Yeah. I know a small sample size, but Walker shot 38% from 3. Yeah, but it's Too small of a sample size to put too much stock into it. What's the change in the playoff system? What do you mean? What change? Am I missing something? I like how fast this is updating now, though. It used to take like 30 seconds to update a tweet. Now it's pretty spot on. Seems like.
Bro, we're not trading for Zion, bro. Stop. Who's left? Fortunately, no one. Every free agent signed, so. Nah, just kidding.
Someone in chat said they changed it to U.S. versus the world. Oh, you're talking about the All-Star game. You said the playoff system. Yeah, they changed the All-Star game to U.S. versus world. I don't really know how that works, though, if you don't have enough world players. This is just calling Gary Trent Jr. back to the Blazers.
You're assuming the Blazers are going to sign someone.
I mean, they have to sign someone. They're at 13 roster spots.
Other than where's Devontae Graham when we need him?
True. So if we don't bring back Banton, Walker, Ayton, that'll be 4 Blazers that they cut from the roster? Or 4 Blazers that they got rid of?
You're
Right?
including Anthony to the trade.
Yeah, Anthony, Banton, Walker, Ayton.
Yeah.
How many was it last year? 2?
Wasn't it just Moses Brown last year?
And Malcolm Brogdon.
Brogdon.
Yeah, Moses Brown, Malcolm Brogdon. So it was 2, and then the year before that was the Dame trade. So, like, obviously there was a ton of trades. But the year before that, we traded nothing for Grant, and then we signed GP2, and we let go of, like, 1 or 2 guys. And if we didn't make the Dame trade, it was going to be, like, 3 guys, like our 3 picks. So basically, like, Cronin never wants to turn over more than 4 roster spots. And maybe it's only 3
awesome
if they bring back Banton or Walker. So, did I miss the Chris Haynes bomb? Jordan Clarkson? It was reported by Shams before the Watford.
How does Chris Murray survive on the roster every time? Well, he is under a rookie contract with guaranteed money.
Yeah. I hope Donovan's passing shows up more this year. Could be a game changer for offense. Yeah, I hope they run more stuff that would actually utilize playmaking of a center or other players. For sure. Absolutely. With that. Chris was on Jody's yacht one night. That's wild. Wonder if new coaching hires really give our offense a new look. Yeah, it's possible. That's the hope right now. That is definitely the hope right now. Would Grimes be a fit? Yeah, but why would Philly? He's a restricted free agent, so Philly can just match. Why would they let him go? He was really, really good for them. Do you want to recap the draft? Just go through like every pick. We never really did that.
Go through every pick.
Yeah, we can go through every pick. I got it.
All
set up.
60, all 58,
59, as well as some of the undrafted signings.
Okay.
Yeah, or maybe just ones like maybe that we didn't talk about. So we talked a lot about the top 5. I still like the Charlotte Hornets going for Knipple. Ace Bailey, he's going to play for them. Like, it's not going to be a problem. But long term, especially if he becomes good, I just don't think he's going to stay there. Doesn't seem like the type of guy to try and stay there at all. So, and then let me make it so I can. Let me make it so I can actually like go to the next slide because I forgot to do that. That would be great. I don't know. I need to make it so I can go to the next slide. We can do that while we wait. Dang marathon stream. I mean, this is what the free agency streams are. Yeah, where even is? Okay, here we go. Are you guys going live tomorrow? If the Blaze make a move, yes, but otherwise, no. Also, I have to work around my work, so. 6'10", Trey Johnson. I wonder how much he's going to play there in Washington. They have, CJ McCollum there. Maybe a good mentor for Trey Johnson. Marcus Smart there. Like, how much do those play? Eric's not muted. Jeremiah Fears in New Orleans, kind of interesting. We already talked about Brooklyn, all the creators they have. And then do you see the thing with Malawach and his agent getting him to fall to 10?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I mean, it's kind of BS, but at the same time, like, I feel like it's team's fault for not calling his bluff sometimes,
Yeah, true.
Like, you shouldn't just let an agent say, if you want to draft him at like 7 or whatever, like, do what Utah did.
Yeah.
Pick him anyway.
Yeah.
But I think that was kind of lead to kind of justify why he fell.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily that had an influence.
Yeah, and then Coward at 11. I still love that pick for Memphis. I think long term he could be their Bane replacement. I love that they got him and Ty Jerome.
They gave up a lot for him, but I think it'll prove worth it.
Yeah, I do think Senge's kind of strange in Chicago. They got so many forwards. Like, they trade for a Coro. They got Patrick Williams. They still have Julian Phillips. I don't think he factors in. But then a Senge. They have Matas Buzelis as their starting for. Can Matas and the Senge like function well next to each other? I think that's interesting. I think they're both best as athletic fours. And then, like Josh Giddey's going to be that starting 3. He's just a free agent, so we'll see what they resign him to. Still waiting on news there. Carter Bryant at 14, I think, is going to be a terrific role player for the Spurs for the next decade. I think he's their type of guy.
Yeah, I love that pick for the Spurs.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you got Hansen Yang at 16. Beringer, 17. Walter Clayton is going to be fun in Utah, and they cleared up some guard minutes by buying out Colin Sexton. Or not buying out Colin Sexton, buying out Jordan Clarkson and trading Colin Sexton. So there are 3 guards next year in the backcourt. Isaiah Collier, Keontae George, and Walter Clayton Jr. I think Walter Clayton Jr. will play and have some fun moments there in Utah. Brooklyn, I mean, you just have the the mess of rookies there. They just traded Cam Johnson for Michael Porter Jr., so I guess that's going to be their number one option.
Cam Thomas.
Outside of Cam Thomas, yeah, because he's a restricted free agent. So you're going to have Cam Thomas and Michael Porter Jr. together. That's going to be a train wreck. They're going to tank next year again. And then Miami getting Yaku Jonas at 20. Like, I think he immediately factors into the rotation. They kind of needed a bench guard. You know, you could start big with Hero, Wiggins, Highsmith, Adebayo, and Ware. But if you don't start Highsmith and maybe want to get Hero a little bit more off the ball again, move him to the shooting guard spot, you got Davion Mitchell and Yaku Jonas as your guards. I think Mergier is not somebody that will factor into the rotation. He was terrible last year. Will Riley, I still think is super funny considering how much he reminds me of Keyshawn George there in Washington. And they got a lot of forwards. You know, they got Chris Middleton, they got Koulibaly. They just traded for Dylan Jones, which is a bit of a surprising trade. Kispert can play the 3. I think that could be a reason they may be willing to move off of Kispert, but I'm not sure. I absolutely love the Neat Clifford pick for Sacramento. That was the other team I didn't make a card for, I guess. But I think he factors into the rotation right away. They got Dennis Schroeder for their point guard spot. Don't really like that, but assuming he starts, at least you got some guys that can defend off the bench. And I think he's going to play like 15, 20 minutes a game right away. Could be wrong. We'll see. Gio Gonzalez at 28, Eric. I thought that was a really good value pick for them. And I think the way they develop guys, I think Hugo's going to end up being a pretty good player and a good value there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he might get some run if he comes over this year.
Yeah, I hope he does come over this year. Things are kind of bleak there on the wings for Boston. Maybe Baylor Shireman or Jordan Walsh finally get some run. Who knows? Their roster is going to be really interesting next year. They lost Luke Cornett, so they could use a center. I mean, they signed Luka Garza, but is he actually going to play minutes next year? Like, is Keita going to start? Are they actually going to bring back Al Horford? Just super, super weird. McNeely at 29, I mean, it's okay value. Just kind of weird after taking Knipple. And then Yannick Conan Niederhauser, I just don't really understand taking him in the first round, to be honest, but that's what they did.
I hate the fit on the Clippers now that they signed Lopez, too. But
yeah, you drafted an older center, and he wasn't even the best one on the board.
And just think, Fleming goes the next pick. I think he would have fit in really nice with Harden and Kawhi and stuff. So, like, I don't know. I felt like that was there, especially if you already knew you had plans to chase a center in free agency.
Yeah, some teams just can't. I don't know. They can't get out of their own way. Like, that's just the Clippers, I think, making a bad 30th pick, just like they did with Kobe Brown, even though I really like Kobe Brown. I was a big Kobe Brown fan, but I'm just not a fan of that pick at all, especially, as you said, after signing Brook Lopez. The signing is just so random and weird. For sure, Fleming, I mean, we talked about a great value at 31. He might start at the 4 for them next year, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like him or Ryan Dunn, and I think Fleming is just better for spacing. And then Pendo, I talked about it earlier, kind of weird. It's like him or Tristan Silver there. I do like Zion James. He was one of my favorite second-round picks for a while now, and I do think providing some wing ball handling is just a good role to have, like somebody that can handle a little bit, defend, just do a little bit of everything. I hate the Janai Broom pick at 35. Absolutely
Yeah,
hate that pick. I mean, they have Embiid, they have Adembona, they have Andre Drummond who opted into $5 million a player option. Like, they have 3 centers. Did you really need a center in a power forward's body with center athleticism and an inconsistent jump shot? Like, translation questions to the league. I feel like that was just more drafting somebody who was productive in college without really caring about translation to the league. You're like, fit? Super strange pick. Thero at 36, I absolutely love for the Lakers. I think he could factor into the rotation at a forward spot right away, depending on what they do the rest of this offseason. Lakers still need a center. Ayton gone anywhere yet? No, he's clearing. He has to clear waivers first, so I still think Ayton's going to end up a Los Angeles Laker. Chaz Leitner at 37, I would have rather went Cam Jones. I think Cam Jones is great for Indiana to replace maybe some of the ball handling duties that they're going to have missing Halliburton. And then he's kind of like a combo that really improved his playmaking last year. A big point guard potentially. I think he could be the steal of the draft. Elijah Martin at 39, didn't really understand that. Just wasn't as high on him. Micah Peavy at 40 for the Pelicans. I don't know if he's ever really going to factor into their rotation long term. They got a lot of wings, a decent amount of depth already.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant, great shooter pick. Maxime Reynaud, great value for Sacramento.
Yeah, I like Sacramento's both picks they had.
It's still weird that they have Valanciunas, man. Still super weird they have Valanciunas. Jameer Watkins at 43, love that pick. They just have so many forwards Washington does.
Yeah.
Like, he's not even on this list of forwards. So it's like, well, you even get an opportunity. But I think just value-wise, I think he can be a really solid role player for a second-round pick from day one. I would have liked him more on a good team that needed some depth. Like, I would have loved him in Milwaukee, for example, if he fell to 47. I think that would have been great. Timberwolves took 2 centers. They're just hoping one becomes good. Amari Williams at 46. That's another center that could factor in for the Celtics right away. That's the thing, though. Is like, are they going to play Luka Garza over Amari Williams? Their center spot is just super bleak. Super, super bleak. Markovic at 47. I mean, that was just decent value there. You're not really going to get somebody that factors in right away, except for maybe Tyrese Proctor, and that's probably who they should have went with. A guard that could maybe play right away while they wait on Dame to return.
There's some rumors that Markovic might not even come over this year, which I don't like that if he doesn't, but hopefully he does.
I don't either. The Cavs take Proctor at 49. We'll see if he replaces the Ty Jerome role right away. I think that's maybe asking a little bit much, Proctor. Kobe Sanders at 50. DRR at 51. That's probably a stash. Tui at 52. Just kind of on his game. But he goes to Golden State. We'll see if another 52nd pick hits. John Tonje is a wing scorer for Utah. Should get an opportunity there given how bad they are. I still don't understand the Talon Peter pick at 54 over a Ryan Nembhard. Doesn't really make sense to me. Lachlan Olberg, 55. Okay, whatever. Clint Capella getting signed and traded to Houston, by the way. I think Houston might have a trade player exception, but where are they against the hard cap? I mean, they had $22 million. They signed DFS to $14 mil. So yeah, they're right under the hard cap. So they are going to be a tax team. Shulga at 57. Keep an eye out for that pick. He could end up being a steal. And Saliu Niang, I looked a little bit more into him after the draft. He's a fun prospect. He just seems like one of those fun prospects that never comes over to the league. But we'll see. And then Meshack at 59. Good culture guy for the Grizz. But as far as the two-ways go, there were some good two-ways, I think, this year for how bleak the second round was, Eric. Ryan Nembhard, Hunter Salas especially going to Philly. That was a good pickup. R.J. Lewis Jr. was seen as a early to mid second round prospect at one point this season. Vlad Golden. The Heat. I always look at who the Heat signed, like, because they can always turn guys into something. Mark Sears, with how bleak the point guard spot is for the Bucks, like maybe he factors in. Yeah, these are just some other notable names. Of course, you got Caleb Love going to the Blazers. Dylan Cardwell for the Kings. Like, they got 3 centers already, but he's athletic and can play some defense. Good locker room guy, so could maybe factor in long term. And that was the draft. That was the 2025 NBA draft. Tori, did you go out and touch grass today? I mean, I got outside the house, yeah. Been busy all day for sure. Anyway, is my food here?
What did you end up getting?
Burger King. The right one.
Nice.
Yes, it is here. All right. Well, I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. I'll go back if anything happens. It's your turn to entertain the people. We'll probably end the stream. If nothing happens, we'll probably end the stream at 8. But like, if something then does happen, we'll go live again. Is basically the plan.
Yeah.
Right now. So.
What did everyone in chat do today? Anyone do anything fun? I worked like 6 or 7 hours yesterday so that I could be off late in my day today, so I could be off to join this stream. Garben says free agency ends July 6th and 7th. No, the free agency never ends. It just, whatever. Teams sign free agents during the season, even. Like, it's not, there's not an end date. It's just, obviously, once most players get signed, there's not really news or anything, but free agency can happen at any point. July 6th is when all these moves become official, is all. There are no rules? What do you mean, no rules? It's not like a free agency window where you have to sign all your free agents in a certain amount of time. You can sign people throughout the whole season. It doesn't even end at the trade deadline because you can still sign free agents after that. What was fantasy sports like back then? Back when, Samuel? Sean, I don't know if the Blazers are even trying for free agents at this point. They might be holding on to that. Yeah, Jaden, it certainly appears that way. Before apps, I mean, well, this wasn't really fantasy, I guess, but so back when the Oregonian was actually a newspaper, whatever, there would be this, it was almost like an advertisement or something, but there would be like categories, and it would be like, you pick like your team, so it would be like Michael Jordan, Clyde Drexler, and Hakeem Olajuwon. You had to pick one of the three, and then there was another group of players, and so you had to like pick your team based on like these little groups of players, like one player from each group, and then you like mailed it in, and then there was like a phone number you called to like see how your team was doing and what your rank was or whatever. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm old. No, Rye. You know the answer to that question. Eric, you agree Jeremy Grant is a good scorer, right? I mean, he has been at points in his career, okay, but he was not last year. And he mostly scores on ISO, and I don't like that style with the current roster. Max asks, what contending team do you think Ayton fits on the most? I don't think he fits on any current contending teams. I do think he fits on the Lakers pretty well. I mean, anytime you can get loves from Luka. I don't think he fits on the Bucks, but the Bucks have a clear need after losing Lopez today. But yeah. Are you going to any summer league games? No, I will not be in Vegas. So yeah. I'm actually going to be gone for a couple weeks in August. So I think Tori might have some guest hosts and stuff, but I'll be on a extended road trip. Going to meet the one and only Rich in person, amongst other things. But if you like basketball and like being around like players and front office people and stuff, I strongly suggest going to the Las Vegas Summer League. It is awesome. Where'd you go, Blaze the Nugs? Oh, come on, Sammy. You gotta go. Appreciate it, Norman. Nikola Vucevic, what about him, Taterhead? Bring back any update on Nikola Vucevic? Why would there be an update on Nikola Vucevic? Why him particularly? I don't even think he's a free agent, is he? I think he's under contract. What would be a good trade deal if we traded Sharp realistically? I don't want to trade Sharp either. I mean, we traded Anthony, we traded, or we let go of Ayton. We're going to attempt to trade Grant, I think. So I don't see what the point is of trading any of those guys. Like, even if you could get something for them, like, why not just like, let them roll this season and see if they can improve without any training wheels or people in their way. competing for spots. But I see Scoot or Shea taking a bigger leap this upcoming season. I hope it's Scoot because he has a bigger leap ahead of him. Sharps, it's more just like refining his skills, becoming a better shooter, becoming more consistent, becoming a defender, those kind of things. I mean, it would be a massive jump if he did it, but he, at points, easily scored, was a 20-point per game scorer. But I'm just going down through like California to go to a bunch of places in California, including Disneyland and Universal Studios, stuff like that with the kids, family. Is that a rumor that Vucevic is going to Boston? I don't understand why we're talking about Vucevic. I always wanted to go like obviously it's not really possible with work and stuff, but like if you had time, I think it would be cool to do a road trip where you went to like, obviously you could only go to 48 states for your road trip. I mean, I guess technically you could drive to Alaska, but you're not doing that, so yeah. Anthony for Vooch is a rumor. Blaze Nuggets gonna be a little both. Like we're gonna stop at the Redwoods, go to some places in San Francisco, stuff like that. Along the way, planning on either the way down or the way back, going Highway 101 along the coast and stuff like that for nature. But then, also have fun at amusement park type stuff. We also have like rest days in between. We're gonna go to the beach and things like that. Max, the point of going to all the states wouldn't be necessarily for something to do in each one. It would just be cool to like, go to every state. I don't know. And go see all the dead seals in SoCal. Okay. Blazers are moving to Vegas. No, they're not. They are not moving. Norman, have you been living under a rock? We do have a second mascot now, and it is a very creepy mascot. Sasquatch dude. Why you mad, bro? Says, how would you feel if we signed Grimes? We're not signing Grimes. How are we going? He's a restricted free agent. Billy's just going to match. Well, how are we going to sign him? Sorry, I'm not trying to lash out at you. Just had that like a million times. Appreciate you too, Reed. Good to see you around. It's been a while. Lives Allen said there's a YouTuber currently doing 50 states in 50 days. Like, obviously, he can't drive to Hawaii, but is he driving to all the other states, or how is he doing it? Flying? What's up, Crushables? How'd your stream go? Decide to call it a day? A hipster Bigfoot. Doug Fur. Chris asked, do the Blazers picture Grant as this year's Anthony, as in their best shooter, and they have to play him to fill that void? I don't think so this year. I mean, like, I hope I'm right on that. I certainly hope they do not think that. I mean, he did not shoot well. He was inefficient last year, so and it really bogs down the offense when they do that. So yeah, I'm hoping between Drew can score a little bit, Scoot can pick up his scoring, Sharp can pick up his scoring. Denny obviously improved his scoring as the season went on. If Clingan gives you anything offensively as an improvement over last year, and then you still have Grant off the bench, I guess. And then, like, Tamani, I think, could increase the scoring a little bit too. Kaminga is just too expensive. There's no real way to sign him. He's not signing for the mid-level exception, and you have to give up assets to get him in a sign and trade. Yeah. What? Did we just make a trade? What? What happened, guys? Can someone please tell me what happened? No, Tori. Oh my God. Oh my God, Tori. Tori, what?
What?
Tori, what the hell?
What?
If this is where are you guys seeing this? Who's tweeting this? We traded Shaden Sharp for RJ Barrett and gave up a first?
What? According to who?
I mean, it's multiple people in chat saying this.
Are we getting trolled?
I don't know. Maybe. Chris Haynes?
I think we're getting trolled. I pray we're getting trolled. That would be horrible.
Dude, if we frickin' just made this trade, you can't defend Cronin. You can't.
Yeah, I think we're getting trolled. What? Y'all made me cut my dinner short, man. For what?
There's multiple people. What? Like, it was like regular people too.
What are y'all reacting to? What is happening? Who was the first person to say that? Do we get raided? I'm so confused. Did we get raided or something? Like,
I don't know, maybe.
Could you imagine? Oh my god. Could you imagine?
No, don't time him out. Hide him. He's banned.
But it was like 6 of dude. This was like a little. This is definitely like a little friend group that was like,
yeah,
let's go in the chat.
Well, that's why I like because
this
like,
was
one person said it.
This was
like,
coordinated.
No,
this was a coordinated attack on the integrity of our stream. The Redditors met up outside of Reddit. I'm proud of them, Eric.
And then all these people, like regulars that have been chatting this whole time, were going, no. And so I was like, what the heck?
Well, yeah, that was also...
Dude.
Yeah, that would be my reaction if I saw 5 people say it. Wow. Anyway.
And you weren't here, so I was like, I was about to call you. Like...
No, I was listening to the stream, and I was reading the chat when it started, so I was like, okay, gotta go back in the studio.
Dude, dang right, Dr. Mantis. He says Eric was about to have a generational freak out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you think I've been negative about the Blazers before this and that happened?
I think even the cronies would hate that, man. That's disgusting.
That might have been my final straw as a Blazer fan. I don't... Wow.
Round of applause. Round of applause for the coordinated effort.
Attack. That's crazy. Joe testing the audience. Yeah, that was my first thought too. Blaze the Nuggets. Wow.
Yeah, Joe, if you're testing the audience, don't freaking do it. That's ridiculous.
They said it was Thibault, Rob Will, Shea, and a first for RJ Barrett. That would have been like all-time bad trade. Like what the.
Yeah.
And a Rosarito just sent it over.
Nice. They're just trying to make us feel better about Cronin doing nothing.
It's pretty close to working money-wise. Yeah, I think that works money-wise.
What was the trade that was said?
It was Thibault, Rob Will, and Shea and a first.
For Barrett.
I think Barrett makes, 28 something? I think that works. Yeah, it's pretty close.
Wow, they made it work, too. Look at the effort. I applaud the effort. Like, screw y'all, but also I applaud your effort.
Yeah. Like Garvin says, now I feel good. Now I feel good we didn't trade for RJ Barrett.
Hey, we did nothing today. We didn't trade Shea and Rob and Thibault into first for RJ Barrett. It's a win. That was Cronin's whole plan. Let's get him to be happy that I'm doing nothing.
Malone says I just ran $2 donation. I just ran to my phone when Eric read that. What the hell?
You know what? They should have hit me up and had me coordinate it. I could have made a fake Shams tweet and then like popped it up on the feed. I would never do that. I would never do that to you guys. All right, I'd never. I want you guys to be able to trust the Twitter feed. But yeah, Shams for sure is the first person reporting that, not Chris Haynes. Like, that's why we got the feed on the screen.
Yeah, but I was worried like you had scrolled up or something when you left. And then
Yeah.
We banned most of them, I think.
The thing is, it's kind of hard to tell like who reacted and who caused it. That's the tough part. So,
yeah.
Like...
Dang right, Elizabeth would have owned Eric new headphones because he was about to break. I was so close to rage and go away. But I was like, I was trying to stay calm until I like saw the tweet. It's like the Norm Powell and Rocco trade, you know, like I have to actually see the tweet on Twitter to believe it.
Yeah. Anthony Simmons must have started because Torrey hates OKC. LOL. Yeah, dude. The Thunder fans have nothing better to do.
I'm being totally serious. I've been a Blazer fan my entire life. I just turned 46. I don't think I could handle that right now. Like I don't think
I was about to be like, see, there's your freaking proof that he's the worst GM in the world.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, just all you would have to say was defend that.
Yeah.
Other efforts. Like,
yeah. Let's see how y'all spin this one, man. They chose good timing to get it when Torrey's gone. I know, yeah. That was a masterful performance. I was pretty much done anyway, so whatever, but it's crazy.
I should have known it's free agency time. Of course Joe wouldn't do anything.
I know. God.
But now I'm happy he doesn't do anything.
We need to go do that to Sundo and Gabe. I'm not going to participate in that. I mean, I can't stop the horde, but are they live right now?
Breaking down the big Nigel Hayes signing, which is more than we did today.
I know. Nigel Hayes in the big 2025. Crazy. Anyway, we're going to end the stream here soon. How long ago was this Watford signing? 49 minutes ago. Actually, we end the stream once the signing's an hour old. Once we have nothing for an hour, we end the stream. We'll go live again later tonight if, like, the Blazer family did something. After I end the stream, I'm going to try and get as much work done tomorrow so that if the Blazers do something tomorrow, I might actually have a little window of time to go live. So I'm going to basically work my ass off tonight to get ahead on stuff is my plan.
Yeah,
they're going to trade great, though. Hopefully they do it tonight.
If they make a move tonight, we'll, of course, hop on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Max Anderson's back, and he wants life advice.
Sure. Life advice number 1, don't get trolled by fake accounts and fake rumors.
Bro, that was good. Like, because if it was one person, I wouldn't have, or even two people, I would have just been like,
it was like
okay.
just enough to
get
chat to start freaking out.
Chat's going crazy, like, no, and I'm like, oh my, if like 20 people are tweeting it.
I know. It was just enough to get chat to react to this, a snowball effect. God, that's such a great... Like, why would we be the team giving up a first in that, dude? Like, RJ Barrett doesn't have value like that. God, that would be so gross. Like, even giving a first without Shea is, like, questionable.
I mean, I could probably see it if it's, like, the worst of our 2029 first or something.
I mean, Rob Will and Thibault for Barrett to be that, like, bench 3 is... Gary Trent Jr. returns to the Milwaukee Bucks. Oh, we reset the clock. No, just kidding.
No reunion for Portland.
No reunion. Milwaukee is literally just running it back. Look at Dame's somewhere else, and he's injured and, like, out for the season. And running it back still follows him because are they going to turn over a single roster spot?
Well, they lost Brooke.
Oh, yeah, they lost Brooke.
They need a center.
And they replaced him with maybe Bogle-Jubb.
I mean, he's not a center.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, Bobby Portis is their center.
Yeah, but that's it. Like,
Tyler Smith?
They don't...
They could bring back Jericho Sims?
That's what I said. Jericho Sims is a free agent right now, so...
Who's their starting point guard? I guess it's Kevin Porter Jr. God, that's such a gross lineup. Such a gross lineup. Yeah, they're going to turn over like nobody, it seems like. We'll see. But you look at the free agents, Kevin Porter Jr., Gary Trent Jr., Torian Prince, all returned to the Bucks. All returned to the Bucks.
And DeAndre Ayton's going to be their big move.
I'm happy about the way these cards turned out, though. I like them.
Yeah.
I like them. If free agency was so low, I didn't even do like a top free agent rankings. I didn't want to keep up with that. Like, it's just not. Just a lighter free agency, which is fine. Next year we will have that with the cards because I'm reusing this package next year. I'm kind of at the point I'm done making new graphics packages for these big streams, so I will run it back. I will take inspiration. Why is this off though? 2 years, 7.5 million. I mean, that's like barely more than the minimum, man.
Must be a player option in secondary. Can't imagine he just.
Yeah, I agree. Anyway, chat. Any other questions? I will do my best to answer. Let me know if you want. If you have any ideas for the channel going into next season, like post-game show ideas, you know, it can be segments, it can be different things, fun things we do. If you have any ideas you've come up with that you think would be fun for the channel and fun for you guys to watch, let us know. Let us know. Has to be reasonable, has to be doable. But yeah, if you guys have anything, I'm always looking for feedback and thoughts on how we can have more fun here at Blazers Uprise. Thank you, Dr. Mantis. Did you two pick Durant or Odin? Honestly, I mean, I was like 10 years old, so I just knew people liked Odin more than Durant, so that was what I liked.
I really liked Durant a lot, but I thought the right pick was Odin.
Yeah. In today's NBA, it would be Durant. Like,
Yeah,
teams would draft Durant number one for sure.
Yeah.
What can we realistically expect from Drew? Purely a locker room guy, or do you think he'll have an impact on the floor? Oh, he'll definitely have an impact on the floor. He'll definitely help out this defense. He's definitely a massive defensive upgrade over Anthony Simons. Offensively, he's a little bit of a downgrade for sure, but I think, you know, he can still handle the ball and shoot the ball and create a little bit off the dribble. He's just lost a little bit of that burst, so... dedicated 20-minute session each post-game show where we just let Eric argue with people in chat.
No.
Yeah, I'll let you go off on Gregory. Max, how do you make yourself go outside and touch grass? I mean, what are you inside of that's making it so you can't touch grass? Rui, we got Rui and Connect traded Grant Troll? Question mark? Yeah, I think you got trolled. I don't know what you're saying, but yeah, I think you got trolled, man. I actually think Ant not being here will improve our offense. He was taking too many shots. I mean, but he was like our most talented shooter. Here's how I approach the offensive question, because people are like, where are the points going to come from? Blah, blah, blah. It's not where you like points have to come from a specific place. It's just like you have to make a higher percentage of your shots. you have to make each trip down the floor offensively more fruitful. So if that's running better offense, that generates higher quality looks, that helps you make a higher percentage of your shots. Like, that's what it comes down to, is making the most out of each possession offensively, which is boiled down to just efficiency. So how can this team make more shots? They could use a three-point shooter for sure. But then also, like, kind of reinventing the offense, who I think would be huge. So it's just like, how efficient can the offense be? And like, the most efficient place to get to the free throw line. So can they be like a top 5 free throw rate team and then like get their 3-point shooting average? Then you could have a decent offense. But I don't think that'll happen like because Ant's gone, or, you know, I think that's just a bigger conversation, a bigger thing than Ant versus Drew. Do you think JP is better than Ant? Who's JP? Jordan Poole? No. I think they're comparable maybe, but I'm not a Poole fan. Man, we cook if Grant can get gone. Yeah, just depends on the contracts coming back. And if we have to give up anything else. I feel like many Blazer fans forget that we have Scoot and how well he was playing before Chauncey benched him again. Has everyone lost faith in Scoot? I haven't lost faith in Scoot, man. I think Scoot's going to have a big year 3. I hope he plays 32, 33 minutes a game at least. I still hope I would still start him and I'd bring Drew off the bench, to be honest. But I think like per 36, he'll be like a 19-7 guy next year with like a 56 to 57 true shooting percentage, which would make him like a good NBA guard at 21 to 22 years of age. So
And so I have, says Norman. Okay.
An emerging option for the Pistons, sources say, is Detroit trading for Kings guard Malik Monk. Sounds like there's a chance this deal, if agreed to, could turn into a sign-and trade that brings Dennis Schroeder into Sacramento. I mean, why would the Kings even do that? But that's what Jake Fisher's reporting. So, you know, one Malik gambles and might get arrested. Just trade for another Malik, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, Malik Monk would make sense there. That would be a fun fit there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that for the Pistons.
We'll be doing live watch parties for the Summer League games, by the way. So hopefully you can join us for that. It's always a lot of fun. First game's 8 p.m. Pacific, probably a little bit later than 8 p.m. Pacific on the 11th. I think that's a Thursday. Is that a Thursday? No, that's a
Friday.
It's a Friday. Okay, maybe the time isn't actually 8 p.m. Let me look this up. Yeah, Friday, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Okay. Friday, 8 p.m. Pacific time. And then Saturday, the following day, July 12th, 7:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time against the Grizzlies. And then July 15th, that Tuesday, 7 p.m. And then July 17th, that Thursday, 5 p.m.
Snags 2.0 with an Australian $8 donation. Longtime lurker, love from Australia. Every time you guys say Drew Holiday's name, I get PTSD flashbacks. Drew Eubanks. Sorry.
Yeah, I need to make sure to pronunciate the J a little bit more.
Jaru.
Drew Holiday.
Jaru.
Yeah, definitely not Drew. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. I have a lot of faith in Scoot. I'm actually losing faith in Shaden. He gives me J.R. Smith vibes without the Henny and weed. LOL. I'm not losing faith in Shaden. I have questions about like his motor and his competitive edge. That's like my biggest worry, honestly. Like, does he have it in him to be a killer on the court? I think Scoot does. I don't think that's something that you can teach. So that's my biggest worry with Shea, and I think it showed up on the defensive end at times.
The money, I don't know where they're aired. They're usually on like NBA TV. ESPN has them sometimes. I don't know if the KTU 2 channel that the Blazer games aired on last year will have any, but maybe.
Ben should have a bigger role as a scorer with Ancon. Ben is a really good scorer. No, he's not, man. No, he's not. He's not efficient. He's not efficient. He freezes out the rest of the offense far too much. He doesn't really play within the flow of things that well. He was a 32% three-point shooter last year and is 30% for his career, so he's a bad three-point shooter. He literally shot 39% from the field last year and 32% from three. How is that a really good scorer? I don't understand. His true shooting percentage was 49.7%. He's horribly inefficient. He misses a ton of shots. A ton of shots. I don't understand it. Also, there's somebody at my door, so I'll be back.
Denzel Award with a 30 Israeli donation. I don't know what the currency is, but what's good, fam? Longtime fan from Israel. Every time I hear Drew Holiday's name, I get PTSD from that 4-0 Pelican series. LOL. Thank gosh he's a Blazer. Yeah, it's kind of cool to have Drew as a Blazer. Hopefully, his season last year, hopefully coming to a new situation, he has a little better year. He's not declining rapidly. Check, come on, man. How many times have you... It's always funny when people who know us and have watched multiple streams like this are always surprised when we're still live. I know it's a joke. What did I miss? Did we make any big signings? Yeah, exactly, Eric. Answer your own question. You don't even have to think about it. Ronan sucks so much. The last good free agent for the Blazers is gone. Who's that, Tristan?
Who signed?
I don't know.
Oh, dude, I hate when door-to-door salesmen like just don't get the hint. Like,
yeah.
How I'm trying to be nice. How rude do you want me to say not interested? And I said not interested. I already have a service that you're providing. Still going. I'm like, bro, just I'm sorry. I know it's your job, but like, just let me go, man. I'm busy. I'm streaming. I'm live streaming, but yeah. I mean, I door-to-door sales sucks. I couldn't do it, so you know, like, heart goes out to them. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like they're making you want to be rude, or like have to be rude to just leave. Like, Josh, that's funny. Kind of messed up though. Monk has a market for a better return than Schroeder. Yeah, I think Detroit would have to give up an asset for sure. It's a pick. You should have invited him to the stream. I mean, he wasn't listening to anything I was saying, so should have left my mic unmuted.
You could have sold to 500 people.
I know. True. Just go back inside. I don't want to shut a door in somebody's face, man. It's just rude. Like, it's rude. I never answer to them. Well, my door doesn't have a peephole, which kind of sucks. Like, I don't know. And it's like my window's open. I'm in the front of my house. Like, dude probably heard me talking. So I have 2 non-soliciting signs. Yeah, maybe I should get one. I mean, I did buy a door-to-door service, though, for pest control because we really needed it. And it was another pest control company. It's like... Taylor, you're funny. So don't shut the door and just go back inside? What? I don't know what you're suggesting, Connor. Anyway. The Pistons have also been linked to Duncan Robinson. Yeah, I think they'll probably get one of Monk or Robinson just for that shooting void. They got Karis LeVert's playmaking, so they still kind of need to replace the shooting void from Malik Beasley. Despite what you may think from his Twitter before, he's actually a nice guy. Yeah, Twitter is Twitter, man. I get a lot of crap from a lot of people, man. I give it back. It's whatever. Like, I always try and give people the same energy they give me. The thing is, a lot of people behind an anonymous account don't expect that. They just expect to say whatever they want, no matter how rude, no matter how messed up, and just expect people to roll with it. So I'm never gonna be that guy. Rosa Reina hit another? Let's go, bro. 5-1? It was 1-0 like when I was eating, so a Rosa Reina 2 home runs. Let's go. Both opposite field home runs. We like that. That's a good way to end the stream. Feeling good, man. We didn't trade Sharp for RJ Barrett. So that's a win. We'll probably stream like maybe tomorrow night to recap some stuff. Or if the Blazers do anything, like we'll see. I'll let you guys know on Twitter. Make sure to follow me on Twitter. And make sure to join our Discord. We will... excuse me. We will... At everybody, we will tag you if we drop anything or go live or that sort of stuff. So, anything else, Eric?
Just thanks to everyone who tuned in. And, yeah, you can still make moves for the rest of time.
Yeah.
There's no finite end period, so...
The trade deadline is
what everyone's. I mean, you can still sign buyouts after the trade deadline.
Yeah, you can still sign free agents. Like, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone who donated, especially, and everyone who kept chat fun, including the people who successfully pulled off a raid and fooled me. Good job, guys.
That was wild.
Yeah, see, I'm not even reading Twitter, so I can't get ball sacked for that.
I know. You still get ball sacked in our own chat.
Jeez. Yeah.
We got Sharp. Let's go.
I forgot who that was, but whoever said you're about to witness an epic brand meltdown like never before, yeah, that would have happened. And if anyone disagreed with that, I would have probably got off on them too.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Cronin knows what he's doing. RJ Barrett's really good. Man.
Oh man, yeah. The cronies would have spun that one too somehow, man. It would have been it would have been wild to watch, But yeah. Now we can't do it because of this stream. Anyway, appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you. You guys who watched the whole thing, if any of you were out there and hung out with us all day, is the Blazers don't make a move. I thought they might do something. given that they have a full MLE. But, man, there's a lot of targets off the board for the Blazers. So we'll see if they can trade Grant. I think that's kind of the last domino to maybe fall. But at this point, like, Cronin made a trade. Cronin drafted a player, and he did sprinkle in something a little bit new. He bought out a player, but that's basically how Cronin's off seasons go. They draft somebody, they trade somebody, and that's it.
He bought out Didi Luaza right before the season started, and Eric Bledsoe.
True. So I guess, a trade, a draft pick, and a buyout. He's already filled his quota, so we'll see if he puts in overtime. But he's filled his quota for the offseason. We'll cover anything that goes down. We'll see what happens with Ayton still. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, see you all if something happens.
Yep, but we're out of here. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the like button on your way out here. Easiest way to support the channel and the live stream. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to Nathan for gifting 20 member messages. Shout out to you if you got one of those. And we are officially out of here. We'll be live again tonight if the Blazers do anything, or if there's like some really big news. But other than that, have a good rest of your night. And until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers!